Governments can err, presidents do make mistakes, but the immortal Dante tells us that divine justice weighs the sins of the cold-blooded and the sins of the warm-hearted in different scales. Better the occasional faults of a government that lives in a spirit of charity than the consistent omissions of a government frozen in the ice of its own indifference. There is a mysterious cycle in human events. To some generations much is given, of other generations much is expected. This generation of Americans has a rendezvous with destiny.
Those are the words of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, our 32nd president, and the subject of this, the 32nd episode of the Dead Presidents Podcast.
Hello and welcome to this episode 32 of the Dead Presidents Podcast. Our subject today, Franklin Delano Roosevelt. As always, I'm Stephen Lincoln Douglas, here with my trusted cohort,
James J. Hamilton.
And we're happy to be back with a girthy episode of the podcast.
That's right, a very consequential president, consequential and long presidency, and an epic life for Franklin D. Roosevelt.
Indeed. But where did it all begin?
Well, it began on January 30th, 1882, in Hyde Park, New York, when young Franklin Delano Roosevelt was born. His father, James Roosevelt, was a Harvard Law School graduate, but he made his living managing the investments of his inherited fortune. He traveled widely, and in London in 1853, he briefly served as secretary to the U.S. ambassador to Britain, James Buchanan, which is said to be the origin of this branch of the Roosevelt family joining the Democratic Party.
Pretty wild.
In 1854, James Roosevelt had a son, James Rosie Roosevelt, by his first wife, Rebecca Howland Roosevelt. She died in 1876. When James Roosevelt remarried, his son Rosie was the same age as his second wife, Sarah Delano, who was his sixth cousin and a member of the wealthy Delano family of Massachusetts.
Her father, Warren Delano, made a fortune as a merchant trading with China, lost a fortune in the Panic of 1857, then made another fortune in China, where his activities included opium smuggling. Sarah spent much of her childhood abroad, living in China and being educated in Germany. She wanted to name her son after her father, Warren, but her brother had recently lost a child named Warren, so she named him after her favorite uncle, Franklin Delano, who was married to a daughter of the super-wealthy Astor family, as was Rosie Roosevelt. One of baby Franklin's godfathers was his fifth cousin, Elliott Roosevelt, younger brother of Theodore Roosevelt. Our listeners may remember a little bit about him.
Right.
Sarah had undergone a difficult pregnancy, and for the sake of her health, she and James opted not to have additional children. Franklin was doted on by his mother, who intended that he be more a Delano than a Roosevelt. He took after the Delano's seafaring prowess and learned to sail his father's yacht at their summer home on Campobello Island off the coast of Nova Scotia near Maine. Franklin grew up rich in homes with full complements of servants and spent time in Hyde Park, New York City, Campobello, and the Delano family's estate in New Bedford, Massachusetts. His family traveled abroad extensively, and he visited Europe 8 times by the time he turned 15.
Wow. A privileged upbringing.
Indeed.
And even though he did have a much older half-brother, he was essentially raised as an only child. And
that's right.
The focus of his loving mother, young Franklin did not attend school until he was a teenager, with his mother and a series of private tutors providing his early education. He did study at a school in Germany when his family was abroad, and he learned to speak German. At age 14, he enrolled at Groton School, a prestigious boarding school near Boston, with a student body comprised mostly of the sons of America's aristocratic elite. The school observed strict discipline under Spartan conditions and strongly valued athletics alongside academics. Franklin held his own on the playing field and in the classroom, earning good grades in Latin and Greek and finishing in the top quarter of his class. He graduated in 1900 and enrolled at Harvard University, where he lived in an expensive apartment with a fellow Groton alum. He moved in the highest social circles and rarely interacted with the poorer students who lived in the dorms in Harvard Yard. During his freshman year, his father died, a misfortune that brought him even closer to his mother, who would spend time in a Boston apartment of her own to be near him. Franklin did all right in his classes, but for him, academics were secondary to other activities. He served as a cheerleader for Harvard's football team, became captain of an intramural football team, and spent long hours working as a reporter on the Harvard Crimson newspaper. There, he made a name for himself by publishing the scoop that the university president favored William McKinley over William Jennings Bryan in the 1900 election, just as did an overwhelming majority of Americans. FDR rose through the ranks to become the Crimson's editor-in-chief by his senior year, a position which helped make him a big man on campus. He joined the Fly Club, one of Harvard's elite final clubs, after being blackballed from the more prestigious Porcellian Club, of which his father and TR had been members. No one knows why FDR was blackballed, but he remembered the setback as, quote, the greatest disappointment I ever had.
Wah, wah. Well, by 1902, his fifth cousin had ascended to the presidency upon McKinley's assassination. That year, Franklin attended Alice Roosevelt's White House debutante ball, where he hobnobbed with the president and foreign ambassadors during what he told his mother was, quote, one of the most interesting and enjoyable 3 days I have ever had. Franklin would graduate from Harvard in 1903 and follow in Cousin Theodore's footsteps by going from Harvard to Columbia Law School. He also mimicked TR by not graduating from Columbia. He was often absent from his classes, especially during his first year, and received low or middling grades, even failing 2 courses and having to take makeup exams. One of his law professors recalled, quote, Franklin Roosevelt was no good as a student. He didn't appear to have any aptitude for law and made no effort to overcome that handicap by hard work. He ended up passing the New York bar exam during his 3rd year in law school and dropped out without earning a degree. Many years later, Columbia University President Nicholas Murray Butler told FDR, quote, you will never be able to call yourself an intellectual until you come back to Columbia and pass your law exams. FDR replied, quote, that just goes to show how unimportant the law really is. FDR felt he had a good excuse for his excessive absences during his first year. He was on an extended honeymoon.
That's right. He courted a few women while he was at Harvard, including one whose parents sent her away to Europe, which successfully sidelined their romance. In 1902, he began courting a young woman who was part of the same upper-class New York social circle as himself and who already shared his last name, Eleanor Roosevelt. As the daughter of Elliott Roosevelt, who was, of course, TR's brother and FDR's godfather, Eleanor was FDR's 5th cousin once removed. She had been orphaned at a young age after her mother died of diphtheria and Elliott died of an alcoholism-related seizure. She was raised by her maternal grandmother and excelled in her education, including at an elite boarding school in England. She then became active in charity and social work, joining the Junior League and volunteering as a teacher for immigrant children. Her first cousin, Alice Roosevelt, said, quote, she was always making herself out to be an ugly duckling, but she was really rather attractive. Eleanor and FDR saw each other at many parties and gatherings and started to become close, writing each other letters every night. He admired her intelligence and maturity, and she found him to be very handsome and a good listener. He proposed to her in November 1903, and she accepted. His mother persuaded them to wait a year to announce their engagement, perhaps hoping the romance would cool, but it did not, and the engagement was announced December 1904. The wedding was scheduled for March 17, 1905, to accommodate the availability of President Theodore Roosevelt, who, as the bride's uncle, gave her away at the ceremony held in a Manhattan private residence.
Pretty cool, having the President of the United States give away the bride. And, something about the Roosevelts and cousins. Seems to run in the family there.
Yep. At the time of the wedding, Franklin was 23, Eleanor was 20. The president congratulated the groom by saying, "Well, Franklin, there's nothing like keeping the name in the family."
That's it.
That's a good trivia question, is which first lady did not change her last name upon marrying the future president?
Yeah.
Kind of a trick question.
Indeed.
Alice famously said that her father, quote, always wanted to be the corpse at every funeral, the bride at every wedding, and the baby at every christening, and he was the center of attention at Franklin and Eleanor's wedding, though Eleanor noted that Franklin didn't seem to mind, as his own ambitions left him transfixed by the spectacle of the presidency.
He's already feeling the bug.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the couple went on to a long honeymoon in Europe, and Eleanor was pregnant by the time they got back. She would have 1 daughter and 5 sons between 1906 and 1916, later writing, quote, "For 10 years, I was always just getting over having a baby or about to have one." In 1909, their 3rd child, Franklin, caught flu and died at the age of 6 months. Their 5th child, born in 1914, was also named Franklin, FDR Jr. Eleanor found her mother-in-law to be a domineering presence, especially after Sarah generously built the couple a house in Manhattan right next door to her own. Eleanor told Franklin, quote, "I did not like to live in a house which was not in any way mine, one that I had done nothing about, and which did not represent the way I wanted to live." He responded by telling her she was, quote, "quite mad," and, quote, "would feel different in a little while."
Wow. After passing the bar exam, FDR took a job with a prestigious New York law firm, but he was not very interested in a law career. He mostly pushed paper in the office and handled small routine cases while plotting his next steps. A colleague recalled, quote, "I remember him saying with engaging frankness that he wasn't going to practice law forever. He intended to run for office at the first opportunity. He wanted to be and thought he had a very real chance to be president. I remember that he described very accurately the steps he thought could lead to this goal. They were, first, a seat in the state assembly, then an appointment as Assistant Secretary of the Navy, and finally, the governorship of New York." After less than 2 years at the law firm, Democrats in New York's Dutchess County, who had learned of his political ambitions and wanted to take advantage of his famous last name, proposed to nominate him for a seat in the state assembly. But when the retiring Democratic incumbent decided not to retire, FDR was nominated instead for the state Senate, a more prestigious office but a much more difficult race as the large district was traditionally very Republican. But this was 1910, a very favorable year for Democrats because the Republican Party was fracturing, in no small part due to Cousin Theodore.
That's right.
FDR launched an aggressive campaign tour making innovative use of a flashy new automobile to crisscross his district and meet as many voters as he could. On Election Day, he won a narrow victory as Democrats swept the state.
That's right. Most state legislators considered their office as a part-time job, but the independently wealthy FDR rented a fashionable house in Albany and took up full-time residence in the capital. He immediately made a name for himself on the first big legislative issue of his tenure. Before the ratification of the 17th Amendment in 1913, U.S. senators were chosen by state legislatures, and the newly Democratic New York legislature had an opportunity to send a Democrat to the U.S. Senate. But the state Democratic Party was controlled by the notoriously corrupt Tammany Hall machine, and tradition held that all Democrats were bound to support the nominee chosen at the party caucus. However, FDR styled himself as a progressive and looked for a way to buck the machine, securing the opinion of Tammany Assemblyman Alfred E. Smith that members who were absent from the party caucus were free to vote their conscience before the full legislature. FDR and 19 other progressive Democrats skipped the party caucus and created a deadlock in the full legislature by voting for a progressive Democrat over the Tammany candidate. FDR would gain headlines for his stand and was seen as a leader of the quote-unquote insurgents, in part because they often met at his house. The deadlock ended after 64 ballots when the insurgents agreed to support an alternative Tammany candidate who was not necessarily any better from a progressive standpoint, but enabled the insurgents to declare victory by having faced down the machine.
Well,
Man, I'm starting to sound like Robert Kennedy.
Yeah. Well, you could drink some, like, tea or something.
Yeah, maybe a lozenge.
Yeah.
Maybe if I just keep smoking, it'll get better.
Just power through.
He is powered through.
Well, the 1910 Democratic wave had also resulted in Princeton University President Woodrow Wilson becoming governor of New Jersey, and FDR became an early supporter of Wilson for the 1912 Democratic presidential nomination. He met with Wilson in 1911 and worked to raise money and organize support among New York progressives. At the 1912 Democratic National Convention, the Tammany machine controlled the New York delegation, but FDR showed up leading an unofficial group of Wilson supporters. Tammany's support for House Speaker... Doug's not a fan of Tammany Hall.
Yeah, it was like waiting for you to start the marking. What a bitch.
Tammany's support for House Speaker Champ Clark ultimately prompted William Jennings Bryan to switch his support to Wilson, which led to Wilson's nomination. In the general election, Tammany sought a truce with New York progressive Democrats, leading to a united party, while TR split the Republican Party by running against Taft under a third-party progressive banner. Wilson won the presidency, and FDR was reelected to a second state Senate term. He fell ill with typhoid fever during the last weeks of the campaign, but his new political right-hand man, former newspaperman Lewis Howe, expertly managed his campaign to victory.
That's it. And here's the thing. FDR, he's already looking past the state Senate. That's small potatoes. He has his eye on a position in the new Wilson administration, and he attends the inauguration to make himself available. Josephus Daniels, the North Carolina newspaper magnate whose support for Wilson earned him an appointment as Secretary of the Navy, hoped to make up for his total lack of knowledge about naval affairs by offering the seafaring FDR the job of Assistant Secretary of the Navy, a post once held by TR. This fucking dog, I'm gonna go kill it. Josephus Daniels, the North Carolina newspaper magnate whose support for Wilson earned him an appointment as Secretary of the Navy, hoped to make up for his total lack of knowledge about naval affairs by offering the seafaring FDR the job of Assistant Secretary of the Navy, a post once held by TR. With Wilson on board, FDR eagerly accepted. He supported naval expansion, proposing the construction of new state-of-the-art dreadnought-class warships, while artfully avoiding the appearance of contradicting his boss, Daniels, who favored naval budget cuts. Congress authorized the dreadnoughts, and FDR took advantage of the political patronage available from the new jobs that were created in New York shipyards. In 1914, despite Wilson's directive that members of his administration should stay out of state politics, FDR decided to run for a seat in the U.S. Senate, which under the new 17th Amendment was now directly elected by voters and, under New York law, also involved party primary elections. In the primary, FDR faced the candidate of the Tammany machine, which had cunningly put forth James Girard, who was serving as U.S. ambassador to Germany. With the First World War breaking out in Europe, Girard stayed in his post abroad and let surrogates campaign for him. FDR could not credibly claim to be the progressive Wilson administration's candidate when his opponent was on the diplomatic front lines on Wilson's behalf, and FDR was crushed in the Democratic primary by a vote of 210,000 to 77,000.
Ouch.
Yeah, not a good look.
Nope.
Though Girard lost to his Republican opponent in the general election, the incident convinced FDR that he could not win statewide office without the support from the Tammany machine. With war now raging in Europe, FDR continued to support naval expansion, quietly lobbying behind the back of Daniels, a pacifist who felt that the best way to avoid war was remaining totally unprepared for war.
When the U.S. finally entered the war in 1917, FDR considered once again following in TR's footsteps by resigning from the Navy Department and enlisting for active duty. But unlike TR, he listened to the advice of friends who told him this was mad, and that he could exercise far greater influence from his current post. He dove into the task of combating the German submarine threat, successfully proposing to build a fleet of small patrol boats and pushing for a campaign to unleash a barrage of underwater mines in the North Sea. FDR convinced Wilson to back the plan, and with Wilson on board, the British went along as well. The mines ended up destroying only a handful of German submarines, but one admiral called them exceedingly important because they eroded the morale of German sailors who had to live in constant fear of hitting mines. In the summer of 1918, FDR traveled to Europe and visited the front, getting an up-close look at the horrors of war, and meeting with French Prime Minister Georges Clemenceau, British Prime Minister David Lloyd George, and British Secretary of State for War Winston Churchill. A name to remember.
Indeed.
He returned home determined to resign and enlist for combat, but Wilson informed him that Germany was already suing for peace and that the war would be over before he could see any action. FDR returned to Europe in 1919 after the war to oversee the demobilization of naval assets, during which he negotiated advantageous sale prices for many surplus assets.
There you go. And that's going to bring us to sex.
That's right.
It's going to get sultry. Because when FDR was on his way back home from Europe in 1918, he contracted a bad case of pneumonia and, because he was so sick, Eleanor unpacked his suitcases for him when he got home. She found a packet of love letters within from another woman, and as she later wrote, quote, "The bottom dropped out of my own particular world, and I faced myself, my surroundings, my world, honestly, for the first time." The letters were from Lucy Mercer, a beautiful young woman from a wealthy Washington, D.C. family whom Eleanor had hired as her social secretary in 1914. Lucy soon caught FDR's attention. Eleanor did not enjoy sex, once telling her daughter it was, quote, "an ordeal to be born." And after the birth of her sixth child in 1916, she wanted nothing more of it. And it's possible that she chose to avoid further pregnancy by cutting off intimate relations with her husband. In any event, FDR began having intimate relations with Lucy Mercer, often lingering in Washington by himself for long periods when Eleanor and the children were in New York. The affair was an open secret, with Alice Roosevelt Longworth, who was in a mutually unfaithful marriage with Congressman Nicholas Longworth, saying, quote, "I would see Lucy out driving with Franklin, and I would say things like, 'I saw you out driving with someone very attractive indeed, Franklin. Your hands were on the wheel, but your eyes were on her.' And he would say, 'Yes, she is lovely, isn't she?' Alice also later said, quote, 'He deserved a good time. He was married to Eleanor.'" Ouch.
Wow. Eleanor was not unaware of the situation, but she didn't confront her husband directly, though in one letter she stated that she expected him home in New York on a certain date, which their son, Elliot, later interpreted as an implied threat to leave him. But her discovery of the love letters in 1918 brought the situation to a head. Eleanor considered leaving her husband, though she knew divorce would destroy his political career and leave their children with the shame of a broken home. Alice later recalled that Eleanor's aunt said that Eleanor offered Franklin his freedom. Now Sarah Delano Roosevelt got involved, telling her son that if he chose divorce, she would disinherit him from the Delano fortune.
Uh-oh.
FDR's inheritance from his father was much smaller and would not have supported two households in the style to which they were accustomed. Ultimately, he chose to stay married, and Eleanor extracted a promise that he would never see Lucy Mercer again. But the marriage was never the same. They never resumed intimate relations. They slept in separate bedrooms. Eleanor would enjoy increased independence to pursue her own interests. The marriage would become a political partnership. And of course, our listeners recall this placing FDR at number 5 on our list of top 5 presidential adulterers.
Indeed. Well, that's going to bring us to the election of 1920, the next episode in FDR's political career. Theodore Roosevelt, who had been considered the Republican frontrunner, died in 1919, clearing the way for a younger Roosevelt to take the national stage. FDR was not yet of presidential stature himself, but he had his eye on the vice presidential spot. His friends floated the idea of Herbert Hoover heading the Democratic ticket with FDR as his running mate. Hoover was a wealthy mining engineer who had won international fame coordinating food relief during the war, and FDR agreed to let his supporters pursue the possibility, saying, quote, "Hoover is certainly a wonder. I wish we could make him President of the United States. There could not be a better one." But Hoover soon declared himself to be a Republican, and FDR attended the Democratic National Convention in San Francisco supporting the long-shot favorite son candidacy of New York Governor Al Smith. Woodrow Wilson's debilitating stroke had dashed his dreams of seeking a third term, and the leading Democratic candidates included Ohio Governor James M. Cox, Treasury Secretary and Wilson's son-in-law William McAdoo, and Attorney General A. Mitchell Palmer. Palmer's Washington, D.C. residence had been across the street from FDR's in 1919 when an anarchist bomber targeting Palmer blew himself up, shattering the windows in the Roosevelt home. No one but the bomber was hurt, but pieces of his body landed on the Roosevelt's doorstep. Ooh.
Wow. The Democratic Convention was deadlocked before Cox prevailed on the 44th ballot with support from the New York delegation. Few men ever sought the vice presidency, but FDR's interest was established, and he was an appealing candidate due to his youth and energy, being only 38 years old, his Wilsonian progressive credentials, his famous last name, and his hailing from the most populous state of New York.
That's it, because this election in 1920, interesting, as we've talked about, it came down to 2 Ohio newspaper men.
That's right.
So the running mates were very important in the election of 1920.
Cox indicated that he wanted FDR for his running mate if he was acceptable to the Tammany machine. FDR's truce with Tammany had continued through the war years, and though the Tammany boss didn't particularly like him, he was acceptable. FDR's name was submitted at the convention, and he was nominated by acclamation. FDR and Cox met with Wilson at the White House, where Cox told Wilson he would make Wilson's beleaguered League of Nations treaty the centerpiece of their campaign. Senate Republicans had blocked the treaty, and Wilson refused to compromise. The Republican convention nominated Ohio Senator Warren Harding as a compromise candidate, with Massachusetts Governor Calvin Coolidge as his running mate. That's the 2 Ohio newspapermen facing down.
Indeed.
Harding campaigned on a, quote, return to normalcy, and conducted a front porch campaign from his home in Marion, Ohio, while Cox and Roosevelt traveled all over the country. FDR resigned from the Navy Department and embarked on a tireless nationwide campaign tour in which he gave almost 1,000 speeches. Lewis Howe managed FDR's campaign and coaxed Eleanor into the mix by soliciting her advice on draft speeches, FDR sometimes veered off message and made exaggerated claims, including one gaffe in which he claimed to have written Haiti's Constitution.
Wow.
Harding lambasted the claim as, quote, the most shocking assertion that ever emanated from a responsible member of the government of the United States. And FDR lamely denied ever making the statement.
That sounds like a Biden move.
Yeah. Well, 1920 was a Republican year, and the Harding-Coolidge ticket crushed the Cox-Roosevelt ticket, 404 to 127 in the Electoral College, and 60% to 34% in the popular vote. But as the vice presidential running mate, FDR received no blame for the defeat, instead gaining national stature and making many valuable political connections. While he awaited his next political opportunity, he became a partner in the New York law firm of Emmett, Marvin, and Roosevelt, though he did not practice much law, and he became a vice president at a major surety bonding company, Fidelity and Deposit, where his name and political connections landed him a massive $25,000 salary, though he only spent half a day each week at the office.
Wow.
Good work if you can get it.
That's nice work if you can get it, and you could get it if you try, if you're Franklin D. Roosevelt.
Yep. Well, his future looked bright until August 1921, when he fell ill after a day of sailing and swimming with his sons at his Campobello Island estate. The doctor initially diagnosed him with a cold, but he didn't improve. He felt chills, his legs went numb, and he became paralyzed from the waist down. More knowledgeable doctors were consulted, and FDR was soon diagnosed with polio.
Yeah. And this is a big shift in his life.
That's right.
Poliomyelitis, then best known as infantile paralysis, was most common in children, and adult-onset polio was extremely rare. It was an infectious disease, and FDR most likely contracted it in late July 1921 when he attended a Boy Scout jamboree in upstate New York as chairman of the Boy Scouts New York Committee. Polio was incurable, and FDR's legs were paralyzed, but some improvement was possible, and he remained optimistic that he would recover. Eleanor nursed him and took on an expanded parental role with their children. Lewis Howe moved into the Roosevelt home and dedicated himself to keeping FDR's political career alive. Howe believed a politician didn't need legs, only a mind. Howe would later say, quote, "Oh hell, it's no trick to make a president. Give me a man who stays reasonably sober, shaves, and wears a clean shirt every day, and I can make him president." Newspapers soon reported that FDR had polio, but Howe ensured that it was portrayed as a minor setback and that FDR would be back in political office soon. Sarah Delano Roosevelt wanted her son to retire from public life, but he was too active and energetic to give up on his ambitions. He was fitted for leg braces and, through excruciating efforts, learned to walk with crutches or with the help of a cane and another person to lean on. The best physical therapy for his legs was to move around in water, and he began to frequent the hot mineral baths at the Meriwether Inn in Warm Springs, Georgia.
That's right, and his presence brought publicity to that resort, which was soon overrun by polio patients. FDR would spend a sizable portion of his inheritance to buy the resort, which he established as a rehabilitation center with a staff of physical therapists. He also purchased a houseboat, the LaRuco, off the coast of Florida, and spent considerable time there, fishing and hosting gatherings of friends. His secretary and personal assistant, Marguerite Missy LaHand, was a constant presence, and his son Elliot later recalled that it was, quote, treated as a simple fact of life aboard the LaRuco that his father and Missy were lovers. Elliot wrote that FDR made no attempt to conceal his feelings about Missy. FDR's polio did not affect a certain organ below the waist, and Elliot concluded that his father's relationship with Missy made him feel like a man again. Eleanor did not spend much time aboard the LaRuco, and FDR encouraged her to build her own cottage at the Roosevelt's Hyde Park estate, where she spent time with her own friends, especially Nancy Cook and Marion Dickerman, feminist activists who were lesbian partners. Together, The three women bought the Todd Hunter School for Girls, a private college prep school where Eleanor became a full-time teacher.
There you have it. And now, it's 1922, and FDR is trying to get back into the political game. In 1922, New York Democrats encourage him to run for governor to block William Randolph Hearst from doing so. William Randolph Hearst, of course, the famous newspaper baron. FDR declined, but issued a public letter urging former Democratic Governor Al Smith to run again. Smith did so and won. In 1924, FDR is going to return to the political stage when he attends the Democratic National Convention and deliver a speech nominating Smith for president. He walked to the podium with a cane, leaning on his son's arm, and held onto the podium to deliver his speech, in which he called Smith, quote, the happy warrior of the political battlefield. FDR received a huge ovation, and newspapers reported that, quote, no matter whether Governor Smith wins or loses, Franklin D. Roosevelt stands out as the real hero of the Democratic Convention. The convention deadlocked between Smith and William McAdoo and eventually settled on John W. Davis of West Virginia as a compromise candidate. But it was reported that FDR was, quote, the one man whose name would have stampeded the convention were he put in nomination. However, it was a good time for a Democrat to wait on the sidelines. Davis was crushed in the general election by Calvin Coolidge. In 1925, FDR worked to organize a conference aimed at unifying the eastern, western, and southern wings of the Democratic Party, but the idea was abandoned after the death of William Jennings Bryan, three-time presidential candidate.
That's right. Now we're getting up to 1928. Al Smith enjoyed continued popularity as New York's governor, and now he won the 1928 Democratic presidential nomination on the first convention ballot. FDR supported him, but was happy to remain on the sidelines himself, saying privately to Josephus Daniels that, quote, strictly between ourselves, I am very doubtful whether any Democrat can win in 1928. It will depend somewhat on whether the present undoubted general prosperity of the country continues. Of course, we're in the 8-year Harding-Coolidge roaring 20s boom of economic growth.
Indeed.
Smith faced an uphill election battle against Republican nominee Herbert Hoover, and during the New York State Democratic Convention in September 28, Smith urged FDR to accept nomination for governor, arguing that they needed him on the ticket if Smith were to have a chance of winning New York over Hoover. FDR avoided taking Smith's calls and said he didn't want to run, but when Smith asked him point blank whether he would refuse to serve if nominated, he didn't categorically refuse, and the convention proceeded to nominate him. Lewis Howe lamented FDR's decision to run after they had agreed that 1928 was a Republican year, but FDR succeeded in connecting with voters during his brief campaign. He supported aid to farmers and argued that Republicans were no friends of labor, and he also campaigned for Smith and confronted the anti-Catholic prejudice that Smith faced, especially among segments of the Democratic Party. His appearances aroused so much enthusiasm that Smith's advisors told FDR's advisors, quote, tell the candidate that he is not running for president but for governor, and tell him to stick to state issues.
Wow.
On Election Day, Hoover crushed Smith across the nation and captured New York by more than 100,000 votes. But FDR significantly outperformed Smith in upstate New York and edged out his Republican opponent, State Attorney General Albert Ottinger, with 2,130,000 votes against Ottinger's 2,104,000, a margin of barely 25,000 votes out of over 4 million cast.
There you have it. Franklin Delano Roosevelt is going to become governor of New York. So, FDR is going to take office on New Year's Day, January 1st, 1929. However, Republicans control the state legislature, and not much of significance is going to be accomplished. As First Lady of New York, Eleanor continued to pursue her own interests, but also became active in state government, often touring state institutions such as prisons and asylums that FDR could not, due to wheelchair inaccessibility, and reporting on their conditions. In October 1929, the era of Republican-led national prosperity came to an abrupt halt when the stock market crashed on Black Tuesday. Economic production decreased and unemployment increased, while the Hoover administration's efforts, which included leaning on industries to maintain high wages and spending, and the passage of protectionist Smoot-Hawley tariff, failed to reverse the downturn. In 1930, FDR ran for re-election to a second two-year term as governor and won in a landslide, a victory which marked him as the front-runner for the 1932 Democratic presidential nomination. Democrats would also win control of the U.S. House of Representatives. In the summer of 1931, FDR called a special session of the New York legislature, still held by Republicans, and stated, quote, "In broad terms, I assert that modern society, acting through its government, owes the definite obligation to prevent the starvation or dire want of any of its fellow men and women who try to maintain themselves but cannot. To these unfortunate citizens, aid must be extended by government action, not as a matter of charity, but as a matter of social duty." He persuaded the legislature to pass the Temporary Emergency Relief Administration and allocate $20 million to provide food, clothing, and housing to the unemployed. In 1932, FDR named prominent social worker Harry Hopkins to lead the relief effort.
Well, FDR's presidential campaign was underway as soon as he won re-election to the governorship. Walter Lippmann, an influential journalist who would later become a major FDR supporter, dismissed him at the time as, quote, "a pleasant man who, without any important qualifications for the office, would very much like to be president." But Democrats found him to be a very attractive candidate. Even before his gubernatorial re-election, prominent Montana Senator Burton Wheeler endorsed him for president in 1932, an endorsement that helped him earn widespread support among Western Democrats. His surrogates were also successful in drumming up support among Southern Democrats, with FDR's status as an honorary citizen of Warm Springs, Georgia, giving him a leg up. He took a compromised stance on prohibition to avoid alienating supporters on either side of the issue. Prohibition was becoming increasingly unpopular due to the widespread failure of enforcement and the appeal of potential revenue from alcohol taxes in the tough economy. FDR privately opposed prohibition and had long maintained public silence, but in early 1932 he supported an amendment that would leave it up to individual states to decide whether to ban alcohol. Ironically, the biggest obstacle on his path to the nomination was in the Northeast, where he faced opposition from Al Smith. FDR's relationship with Smith soured after he replaced some of Smith's appointees and declined to consult the former governor on state issues. Hoping for a rematch with the now unpopular Hoover, Smith was still the favorite of northeastern fiscally conservative Democrats, and his supporters still held sway over the Democratic National Committee. He refused to endorse FDR, instead announcing that though he would not campaign for the nomination, he was willing to serve if chosen. FDR dominated the primary elections, but less than one-third of the states held primaries, and the nomination would be decided at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago in June.
That's right. FDR was the frontrunner, but the convention had a long-standing rule that the nomination could be won only by attaining two-thirds of the delegates, which meant FDR needed 770 to win. On the first ballot, he had 666 delegates against 201 for Smith, the number of the beast. House Speaker John Nance Garner of Texas came in third with support from the Texas and California delegations, with 7 other favorite son candidates receiving a small number of votes. The second and third ballots had roughly the same result, and the threat of a deadlock loomed, but on the fourth ballot, Garner was persuaded to release his delegates and support FDR, who won the nomination on the fourth ballot with 945 votes against 190 for Smith. Garner was rewarded with the vice presidential nomination. Now, traditionally, the presidential candidate doesn't attend the convention, and he would formally accept the nomination in a speech a few weeks later. But FDR broke with tradition in dramatic fashion and became the first political candidate to make use of newfangled air travel when he flew from Albany to Chicago and delivered his acceptance speech to the convention in person. Quote, "Throughout the nation, men and women, forgotten in the political philosophy of the government of the last years, look to us here for guidance and for more equitable opportunity to share in the distribution of national wealth. On the farms, in the large metropolitan areas, in the smaller cities and in the villages, millions of our citizens cherish the hope that their old standards of living and of thought have not gone forever. Those millions cannot and shall not hope in vain. I pledge myself to a new deal for the American people. Let us all here assembled constitute ourselves prophets of a new order of competence and of courage. This is more than a political campaign. It is a call to arms. Give me your help, not to win votes alone, but to win in this crusade to restore America to its own people."
A rousing speech. Way to kick off a epic campaign.
Indeed.
Well, those who followed politics closely were well aware of FDR's polio-related handicap, but many in the general public did not know he was wheelchair-bound. Some Democratic Party leaders encouraged him to conduct a front porch campaign, in part because he could more easily control his depictions in the media at home and could avoid a potentially embarrassing incident should he go out on the road and stumble or become fatigued. But FDR insisted on a campaign tour, traveling throughout the West and delivering over 24 major speeches, and there developed an unspoken gentleman's agreement with the press in which he was not photographed in ways that highlighted his disability. And he also made very effective use of the increasingly widespread medium of radio, with his radio voice noted as having, quote, "a tone of perfect sincerity." In one campaign speech, FDR said, quote, "The country needs, and unless I mistake its temper, the country demands, bold, persistent experimentation. It is common sense to take a method and try it. If it fails, admit it frankly and try another, but above all, try something." He developed policy ideas with the help of his quote-unquote brain trust, a group of advisors including Columbia University professors Raymond Moley, Rex Tugwell, and Adolph Burley. FDR proposed aggressive government action including public works, tariff reduction, securities regulation, farm relief, and mortgage protections. But while he blamed Hoover for failing to take sufficient action to end the Depression, he also criticized Hoover for big spending, big government policies, and promised to balance the budget and reduce federal spending by 1/3. FDR got away with these contradictory statements in part because Hoover was so unpopular. A long-running Democratic Party PR campaign was successful in assigning Hoover blame for the Depression, popularizing the term Hooverville to describe the shanty towns of the destitute.
Not a good look for President Hoover. Hoover, of course, had also alienated many Republican congressional leaders, and the Republican Party was listless and demoralized. FDR won support from some prominent Republicans, including progressive Senators Robert La Follette, Hiram Johnson, and George Norris. In July, after Congress rejected a bill for early payment of pensions as bonuses to World War veterans, Hoover ordered the U.S. Army to evict from the Capitol a large group of unemployed veteran demonstrators known as the Bonus Army. Under its zealous Chief of Staff, General Douglas MacArthur, The armor aggressively dispersed the bonus marchers, burning their camp and injuring dozens of veterans. When FDR heard about the debacle, he supposedly said, quote unquote, "This will elect me." But the bonus army did not become a major issue in the campaign, with FDR declining to emphasize it in part because he also opposed the bonuses and would continue to oppose them as president. On Election Day, FDR won a crushing victory, winning 57.4% of the popular vote against 39.7% for Hoover, and winning the Electoral College 472 to 59, with Hoover winning only 6 states: Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, and Delaware. Democrats would also gain almost 100 seats in the House, increasing their majority to 313 to 117, and took control of the Senate with a 12-seat gain, resulting in a majority of 59 to 36.
Wow.
A big turnaround.
Yep, FDR sweeping into office with a huge mandate, but he's going to have to wait several months. In early 1932, Congress proposed the 20th Amendment, which would shorten the lame duck period by moving the presidential inauguration from March 4th to January 20th, but it was not fully ratified until 1933 and would not apply until the next election cycle. Hoover's lame duck period would, in hindsight, be the lowest point of the nation's economic woes. He had lost the moral authority to lead, and there was now a months-long leadership vacuum before FDR took office. Hoover tried to secure FDR's support for new relief measures, but FDR pretty much ignored him, declining to weigh in, not wanting to associate himself with Hoover, or restrict his own ability to chart his own course. Hoover later accused him of deliberately allowing the crisis to worsen so that he could swoop in, turning things around without having to share credit.
Yeah, Hoover's between a beer case and a hard place, and because of Prohibition, he can't get the beer case.
Well, he'll be able to soon, because during these lame duck months, Congress passed the 21st Amendment, repealing the 18th Amendment and returning the issue of Prohibition to the states. FDR worked on assembling his cabinet. He spent time in Warm Springs and cruised aboard a friend's yacht in Florida. On February 15th, he arrived in Miami and gave a 2-minute speech from his car when 5 shots rang out. The shooter was Giuseppe Zangara, number 4 on our list of the top 5 failed assassins. He was an Italian immigrant with anti-capitalist views who had previously considered shooting President Hoover. He was only 5 feet tall and had to stand on a chair to see over the crowd, and when he started shooting, a bystander named Lillian Cross grabbed his arm and spoiled his aim before the crowd subdued him. FDR was unscathed, but 5 people were hit, including Chicago Mayor Anton Cermak, who was riding in FDR's car. FDR soothed Cermak on the way to the hospital, but Cermak died 3 weeks later, repeatedly having told FDR, quote, "I'm glad it was me, not you." Zangara admitted guilt for Cermak's murder and was executed, remaining defiant and unremorseful to the end, saying, quote, "I have the gun in my hand. I will kill kings and presidents first, and next all capitalists." FDR remained cool, calm, and collected throughout the entire ordeal, with Ray Moley saying, quote, "I have never in my life seen anything more magnificent than Roosevelt's calm that night."
Interesting.
We'll see if he can remain calm as he embarks on the presidency right after this word from our sponsors. The Dead Presidents Podcast is brought to you in part by Mr. A, who has an urgent plea for our listeners. High-class young man needs a salaried job, anything considered, or I will lose my home and have to put my aged invalid mother in an institution. Please. Highest references available. Address inquiries to Mr. A, care of the Dead Presidents Podcast. Listeners, the Depression has left many of us out of work. It may be easy to harden your heart against a jobless young man like our sponsor, Mr. A, but you simply must take pity on his poor, innocent mother teetering on the brink of institutionalization. Mr. A is high class. He's not the kind of riffraff that looks for the first excuse to put their mothers in institutions. He's sick about this. Please, give him a job so that kindly old Mama A doesn't end up being confined to some disreputable old people asylum where she'll undoubtedly be sexually violated and have her organs harvested and sold on the black market. That's a message from our sponsor, the employable Mr. A.
We're also proud to be sponsored by Fowler's Brake Service, which publishes this important notice. $5 reward! Some lowlife crook stole a 12-ton hydraulic jack from our place yesterday, and we're offering $5 for its safe return. We'd give $10 more to catch the thief, provided he's turned over to us for the proper treatment that such a crook deserves. However, we're still doing wheel aligning and frame straightening, and we intend to keep on doing this kind of work as long as you folks have any use for our services. In the meantime, keep a lookout for our missing jack. Listeners, if you happen upon the thief who stole the hydraulic jack from Fowler's Brake Service, you could turn him over to law enforcement, where he will face a jury of his peers and be dealt justice after receiving due process of law, and you could collect a $5 reward for your efforts. But you could score an extra $10 by taking him directly to Fowler's and looking the other way while they get medieval on his ass with a pair of pliers and a blowtorch. That's a message from our sponsor, Fowler's Brake Service.
We're also proud to be sponsored by the publisher of a new booklet, Etiquette for Girls and Men, which has an important message for our listeners. Do you embarrass your escort? Hetty is a one-date girl, and here's why. She makes her unlucky escort look foolish because she doesn't know her etiquette. See her scrambling into Ed's car without letting him open the door politely. He'll never forgive her for making the passers-by, whom he knows, think he has no manners. She embarrasses every young man she's gone out with by speaking of him as, quote, her boyfriend rather than as, quote, a friend of mine or a man I know. At introduction, she says, pleased to meet you, instead of the approved, how do you do? Men judge girls by just such etiquette errors. Learn from our 32-page booklet how to make your escort proud of your smooth, gracious manners at parties, dinners, dances, theaters, and other public places. Send 10 cents for your copy of Etiquette for Girls and Men to 635 6th Avenue, New York City. Listeners, etiquette is important. If a girl says, pleased to meet you, instead of how do you do, that's a deal breaker. Plain and simple. We're living in a society, not a barnyard.
One time a girl didn't let me open the car door for her, and I was so embarrassed that I almost drove off a cliff. I refrained only because my own etiquette was on point enough for me to know that murder-suicide is unmannerly on a first date.
That's right, murder-suicide is socially unacceptable until at least the 10th year of a loveless marriage. But you'll never get to day one of marriage without some rudimentary etiquette. Don't be a one-date girl like Hetty, the etiquette ignoramus. With a copy of Etiquette for Girls and Men in your pocket, you'll coast to the second date and beyond. That's a message from our sponsor, Etiquette for Girls and Men.
And now, back to the show. And we're back, where FDR is about to become President of the United States. On March 4th, 1933, FDR is sworn in as president, taking the oath of office on a Dutch-language Bible printed in 1686, which he had used in his New York gubernatorial inaugurations. He gave a 20-minute inaugural address, saying most famously, quote, "Let me assert my firm belief that the only thing we have to fear is me." Just kidding. He said, "The only thing we have to fear is fear itself. Nameless, unreasoning, unjustified terror which paralyzes needed efforts to convert retreat into advance. In every dark hour of our national life, a leadership of frankness and of vigor has met with that understanding and support of the people themselves, which is essential to victory. And I am convinced that you will again give that support to leadership in these critical days." He stressed the importance of providing relief for farmers, addressing the ongoing bank crisis, and alleviating unemployment, saying, "Our greatest primary task is to put people to work. There is no unsolvable problem if we face it wisely and courageously. It can be accomplished in part by directing recruiting by the government itself, treating the task as we would treat the emergency of a war, but at the same time, through this employment, accomplishing greatly needed projects to stimulate and reorganize the use of our natural resources."
FDR about to get to work as president. He's going to have a new cabinet by his side. For Secretary of State, he names Tennessee Senator Cordell Hull, a strong advocate of tariff reductions, who had limited foreign policy credentials but was highly respected in Congress, which FDR calculated would help ensure ratification of any treaties he might submit. FDR's first cabinet included 3 Republicans who had supported his campaign. William Wooden, a business executive and Federal Reserve Bank director, became Treasury Secretary. Henry A. Wallace was named Secretary of Agriculture, following in the footsteps of his father, Henry C. Wallace, who had been Secretary of Agriculture under Presidents Harding and Coolidge. And also, progressive Republican Harold Ickes of Chicago became Interior Secretary. FDR became the first president to appoint a woman to the cabinet when he named as Secretary of Labor Frances Perkins, who had previously served him as New York's Industrial Commissioner. Democratic National Committee Chairman James Farley became Postmaster General. There would be very little turnover in FDR's cabinet, with most appointees remaining in office through most of his first 2 terms. Perkins and Ickes would serve throughout his entire presidency, and after William Wooden resigned from the Treasury Department due to poor health at the end of 1933, his replacement, Henry Morgenthau, would serve into the Truman administration. FDR's closest advisors were Lewis Howe, who served as Secretary to the President, akin to the modern position of White House Chief of Staff, and his personal secretary, Missy LeHand, and Harry Hopkins, who would run the Federal Emergency Relief Administration and Works Progress Administration before becoming Secretary of Commerce in 1938. None of FDR's cabinet picks had big national reputations, and none stood any chance of overshadowing him. He would make all the major decisions himself and rarely consulted the cabinet for its collective consensus. Instead, he often set members of administration against one another, assigning the same task to multiple people and choosing between the policies each proposed.
Pretty interesting way to go about it. And speaking of interesting, that brings us to FDR and his relationship with the press. Now, from the outset of his presidency, FDR displayed mastery of press relations. TR was the first president to capitalize on presidential press conferences, and FDR created a new level of intimacy with reporters by holding press conferences not standing at a podium, but sitting behind his desk in the Oval Office. He set strict ground rules for what could be directly quoted, what could be used only on background, and what was off the record, and threatened to revive TR's practice of exiling reporters who violated the rules. FDR loved to talk and often regaled reporters with stories, and he made them feel special by sharing off-the-record information. He also spoke directly to the American people via radio, continuing the practice of intimate radio addresses he began as governor, which, in a phrase coined by press secretary Stephen Early, became known as fireside chats.
That's right. Let's see what FDR is going to do. Upon taking office, he calls a special session of Congress and launched an aggressive series of reforms during a momentous 3-month period that would be remembered as the 100 Days.
That's right. Now every president is held to their first 100 days. It all started here.
Yep. He had a big one. His first priority was the national banking crisis. The previous few years had witnessed several major bank failures, and with the economy hitting bottom during Hoover's lame duck period, confidence was at a low ebb. People afraid of bank failures wanted to withdraw their deposits, but too many withdrawals could themselves cause a bank failure. In the months before FDR took office, many state governors declared bank holidays for state banks, simply shutting down the banks in the hope that the panic would pass. On his second day in office, FDR declared a 4-day national bank holiday. Before the banks reopened, he signed into law the Emergency Banking Act, which allowed the Federal Reserve Banks to supply currency to other banks to enable them to meet their obligations. The evening before the banks reopened, FDR gave his first fireside chat radio address to explain his banking policies, saying, quote, "Let us unite in banishing fear. We have provided the machinery to restore our financial system. It is up to you to support and make it work. It is your problem no less than it is mine. Together, we cannot fail." The efforts worked to restore confidence, and Americans quickly returned over $1 billion in deposits to the reopened banks. Aiming to expand the money supply and increase prices brought low by deflation, FDR and Congress enacted another major financial reform by abandoning the gold standard. The Treasury would no longer redeem paper currency for gold. Hoarding and exporting of gold were banned. Private owners of large gold holdings were required to sell their gold to the government at fixed prices, and the president was given discretionary authority to devalue the dollar. Jettisoning the gold standard was part of a deal that produced a major farm relief bill, the Agricultural Adjustment Act. In addition to expanding the money supply, the AAA sought to increase prices for farm produce through, quote, artificial scarcity, which involved paying farmers not to produce. With the growing season already underway, when the AAA went into effect, millions of acres of crops and millions of head of livestock were destroyed, discarded, killed, or left to rot in order to take advantage of the subsidies.
Yikes. This is going to lead to a rise in prices, and FDR disappointed the European powers by refusing to enter into an international exchange rate agreement at a World Economic Conference in London because he wanted to let prices keep rising and maintain his own discretion to control the value of the dollar. Financial reforms continued with the Securities Act of 1933, which sought to combat stock speculation by requiring publicly traded companies to publicly disclose their balance sheets, profit and loss statements, as well as other information. Congress also passed and FDR signed the Banking Act of 1933, known as the Glass-Steagall Act, which created the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, FDIC, to provide federal insurance for bank deposits. It also barred banks from operating as both commercial and investment banks, forcing banks to choose between traditional deposit and loan business or underwriting securities. For example, J.P. Morgan chose to remain a commercial bank and spun off its investment banking operations into a separate entity, Morgan Stanley. This regulation was supposed to make banks more financially responsible, but speculative practices continued, with new investment banks untethered from more conservative commercial banks, and in coming decades, the separation would be watered down until finally repealed in 1999.
Like Hoover, FDR did not support bonuses or increase pensions for war veterans, but unlike Hoover, he sent Eleanor, rather than General MacArthur, to the Bonus Army camp. Her sympathy won their admiration, and FDR proposed to give them jobs in the new Civilian Conservation Corps, where unemployed young men would be put to work on reforestation and soil erosion projects, employing up to 300,000 men at one time and a total of 3 million over the life of the program. the CCC provided decent wages, food, and shelter in camps overseen by Army Reserve officers. Ironically, General MacArthur was put in charge of the program. Popular with the American public, the program lasted until the U.S. entered World War II and cost $3 billion. FDR also signed into law the Tennessee Valley Authority, the largest government-owned industrial enterprise in American history. The TVA was a massive program to provide hydroelectric power generation, flood control, and fertilizer manufacturing in Tennessee and surrounding areas. The TVA brought jobs, economic modernization, and increased electrical power to the region. But existing power companies felt hamstrung by unfair competition with a new government entity, and 125,000 local residents were uprooted and displaced by its projects.
That's right. FDR supported the creation of the Federal Emergency Relief Administration, which sought to alleviate unemployment with government-funded unskilled jobs. He also supported the National Industrial Recovery Act, which created the National Recovery Administration to regulate industry and the Public Works Administration to undertake large-scale public works projects. Despite the flurry of ambitious government programs created during the 100 Days, at the same time, FDR touted the importance of balancing the federal budget and cutting spending. He criticized Hoover's big spending and argued that national recovery depended on a sound budget, though this concern would fall by the wayside as FDR's presidency continued. Because we're going to enter the first New Deal.
That's right, there's already a lot going on. And then after the 100 Days, FDR would continue an aggressive reform program, with the measures adopted during his first 2 years in office later being referred to as the First New Deal. To regulate the investment industry, Congress created the Securities and Exchange Commission, with FDR naming as its first chairman Joseph Kennedy, which our listeners will recall from our Top 5 Presidential Dads, number 2. When the press questioned the appointment, citing Kennedy's history as a stock speculator, FDR quipped, quote, "Set a thief to catch a thief." FDR also urged the creation of the Federal Communications Commission to regulate radio and telecommunications technology. The presidentially appointed FCC granted licenses to radio stations, with one prominent newspaper saying it had, quote, "the power of life and death over every broadcast station in the land." Critical historians have claimed FDR's FCC gave preferential treatment to administration-friendly broadcasters, with radio stations feeling forced to curtail criticism and give government spokesmen free airtime in order to protect their licenses.
That's just it. That's going to bring us to the National Recovery Administration, which FDR used to greatly expand federal control over the economy, arguing that government planning was necessary to prevent overproduction and unfair competition. Inspired by government-imposed industrial cooperation during the First World War, the NRA set about enforcing FDR's so-called industrial covenant by getting business and labor together to negotiate industry-wide agreements on production, wages, and prices. Big business initially supported this effort because the government would protect them from competition by small companies, who were prevented from undercutting the market, though consumers were stuck with prices kept high by the lack of competition. Agreements were soon reached on codes to govern many major industries, including textiles, coal, oil, steel, automobiles, lumber, and more. FDR introduced the Blue Eagle emblem as a badge of honor that businesses could display to signal their compliance with the NRA codes. We do our part. The government refused to purchase non-compliant products and encouraged public boycotts of non-compliant companies, especially when Henry Ford refused to join the auto code. The head of the NRA said, quote, "Those who are not with us are against us. And the way to show you are a part of this great army of the New Deal is to insist on this Blue Eagle symbol of solidarity." A Blue Eagle parade in New York City prompted critics to draw comparisons with Mussolini's fascist regime, as did the military regimentation of the civilian conservation corps camps.
Well, there is so much going on here. We also got the Public Works Administration, run by Interior Secretary Harold Ickes, which sought to reduce unemployment by issuing grants and loans to fund infrastructure projects to be completed by private construction companies. Its projects included roads, bridges, tunnels, dams, canals, sewage systems, electricity systems, airports, hospitals, schools, colleges, and housing. The PWA spent $3.3 billion in its first year, which constituted over 5% of the nation's $60 billion gross domestic product. By 1939, the PWA spent over $6 billion and funded over 34,000 projects.
And he just keeps on keeping on. Next up, we got the Federal Emergency Relief Administration. FERA offered direct relief to the unemployed by providing mostly unskilled jobs. Run by Harry Hopkins, who had run a similar New York State program during FDR's governorship, FERA spent $3.1 billion and employed over 20 million people in 2 years until it was replaced by the Works Progress Administration, WPA, in 1935. Its work included vocational training, food distribution, and infrastructure projects, and often took the form of monetary grants to states. To provide temporary jobs during the hard winter of 1933-34, FERA instituted the Civil Works Administration, which spent $400 million and employed 4 million people. Paying for unskilled jobs was a more expensive form of relief than direct welfare payments, the dole. But FDR believed the dole was demoralizing and that people wanted to earn the relief they received. While Harold Ickes was deliberative about which projects received PWA money, Hopkins spent FERA money quickly and less discriminately, which he believed was necessary to stimulate recovery, but which Ickes criticized as promoting, quote, thousands of inconsequential make-believe projects in all parts of the country.
Well, as the 1934 midterm election approached, FDR traveled through the western states and touted the accomplishments of the New Deal. He campaigned heavily, turning the election into a referendum on himself and his policies. He asserted, quote, I am not for a return to that definition of liberty under which for many years a free people were being gradually regimented into the service of the privileged few. I prefer, and I am sure you prefer, that broader definition of liberty under which we are moving toward greater freedom, to greater security for the average man than he has ever known in the history of America. Historically, the incumbent president's party always suffered in midterm elections, and Vice President Garner predicted that Democrats could claim victory if they lost no more than 36 seats in the House. On Election Day, Democrats actually increased their huge majorities in both houses, gaining a net of 9 House seats and a whopping 9 Senate seats.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, but it was the first time the president's party gained seats in both houses since James Monroe's 1818 midterm.
Wow.
Teddy Roosevelt's 1902 midterm, in which Republicans gained House seats and broke even in the Senate, was the only other midterm since 1818 where the president's party did not lose seats in at least one House.
Pretty incredible.
FDR riding a popular wave. People
Indeed.
seem to be on board.
That's just it. And that's going to bring us to his first term foreign policy. Now, in his inaugural address, FDR stated, in the field of world policy, I would dedicate this nation to the policy of the good neighbor, the neighbor who resolutely respected himself and, because he does so, respects the rights of others. The first President Roosevelt had announced the Roosevelt corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, asserting the U.S. would exercise an international police power to maintain stability and order in Latin American countries. The Coolidge and Hoover administrations had moved toward non-interventionist policies, and FDR continued the trend at the International Conference of American States in December 1933. There, the U.S. signed the Montevideo Convention, which declared that no country in the Western Hemisphere had the right to intervene in the affairs of any other country. FDR's non-interventionist policy became known as the Good Neighbor Policy. In 1934, FDR withdrew Marines from Haiti, ending the occupation that began in 1915 under President Wilson, and signed a new treaty of relations with Cuba that abrogated the 1903 treaty under which the U.S. had a right to intervene in Cuba. Since the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917, the U.S. had not recognized the Soviet government of Russia. By 1933, it was the only major power that had not done so. The Red Scare fear of communism sweeping the globe had subsided, and FDR wanted the benefits of establishing trade with the Soviet Union. Opposition to recognition was strong among American Catholics who deplored the Soviets' atheistic ideology, but FDR had a White House meeting with Father Edmund Walsh, the influential foreign policy professor at Georgetown University and a leader of anti-Soviet opinion, and convinced Walsh to drop his opposition to recognition. FDR reached out to Stalin's foreign minister with an offer to normalize relations. A sticking point was the Soviet repudiation of Tsarist Russia's debts and its nationalization of property in Russia, including some owned by Americans. The Soviets agreed to provide $75 million in compensation, which the U.S. collected by confiscating Russian property in the U.S. that would have been subject to the Soviet government's nationalization policy. FDR met with the Soviet foreign minister saying, quote, "I trust that the relation now established between our peoples may forever remain normal and friendly, and that our nations henceforth may cooperate for their mutual benefit and for the preservation of the peace of the world." Well, I hope that turns out.
We'll see. Large-scale trade never materialized between the two nations, but their friendly relations would become critical in FDR's third term. Spoiler alert. In his first term, Adolf Hitler's Nazi regime announced that Germany had built an air force in violation of the Treaty of Versailles. Mussolini's fascist Italy invaded Ethiopia, and Imperial Japan, which had occupied Chinese Manchuria in 1931, announced its own version of the Monroe Doctrine, asserting that it had sole responsibility for maintaining order in East Asia. Dark clouds gathering abroad.
Indeed.
Prior to becoming president, FDR had dropped his support for the U.S. joining the League of Nations, but he asked the Senate to ratify a treaty for the U.S. to join the Permanent Court of International Justice. The move sparked isolationist backlash led by Father Charles Coughlin and the Hearst newspaper syndicate, and the court treaty was rejected by a bipartisan Senate. These dark clouds gathering abroad fueled isolationism at home, and in 1935, Congress passed and FDR reluctantly signed a Neutrality Act. The Neutrality Act provided that in the event of a foreign war, Americans were prohibited from shipping arms, ammunition, or implements of war to any belligerent. FDR said he signed the law because, quote, "it was intended as an expression of the fixed desire of the people of the United States to avoid any action which might involve us in war." But he qualified his support by saying, quote, "history is filled with unforeseeable situations that call for some flexibility of action."
That's just it. And what's better than that first New Deal? That second New Deal! That's one way FDR's doing it better. With more and more. Have you seen the new Papa John's commercials with that hyperactive kid they had working for him? Sorry. With more and more conservative and pro-business elements becoming avowed enemies of FDR's administration, he nevertheless felt more pressure from the left than the right. Populist Democrat Huey Long, former governor and now senator from Louisiana, blamed the nation's woes on Wall Street tycoons and promoted radical redistribution of wealth using the slogan, quote, "every man a king, but none wears a crown." Long established Share Our Wealth clubs that spread across the nation in support of his plan for a massive wealth tax that would supposedly enable all Americans to receive a guaranteed basic income. When FDR granted Louisiana patronage to Long's rivals, Long felt betrayed and began planning a third-party presidential run for 1936 and would be a major thorn in FDR's side until he was assassinated in 1935. FDR was initially supported by Father Charles Coughlin, the radio priest, who had a massive audience and who said, quote, "the New Deal is Christ's deal." But when Coughlin realized the administration wasn't taking his ideas seriously, especially for devaluation of the dollar by introducing silver currency — Coughlin secretly had large private investments in silver — he turned against FDR and promoted anti-capitalist policies. Upton Sinclair, the muckraking journalist, won California's 1934 Democratic gubernatorial primary, running on a communistic platform of wealth redistribution and declaring, quote, "Capitalism has served its time and is passing from the face of the earth." Another far-left challenge to FDR came from Francis Townsend, a political activist who devised the Townsend Plan for old age pensions, which proposed to pay a monthly pension to older Americans on the condition that they retire, freeing up jobs for younger workers, and they spend all the money handed out, recirculating it into the economy. Though the plan made absolutely no mathematical sense, it became very popular, with FDR believing his administration had to offer its own alternative to counter it. These left-wing pressures influenced FDR's farther left turn in the so-called Second New Deal, introduced in 1935-36, the second half of his first term.
That's right. And that's when FDR began formulating his plan for what would become Social Security. You may have heard of it. He told Francis Perkins, quote, "There is no reason why everybody in the United States should not be covered. I see no reason why every child, from the day he is born, shouldn't be a member of the Social Security system. When he begins to grow up, he should know that he will have old age benefits direct from the insurance system to which he will belong all his life. If he is out of work, he gets a benefit. If he is sick or crippled, he gets a benefit. I don't see why not. Cradle to the grave. From cradle to the grave, they ought to be in a social insurance system." FDR formed a committee to work on the program and held a national conference with business and labor leaders and academics. FDR wanted to include health insurance in the program, but that proposal proved infeasible, and he had to settle for the possibility of adding health insurance at a future date. The administration worried whether the program would be constitutional, but Supreme Court Justice Harlan Fiske Stone privately opined to Francis Perkins that it would be permitted under the federal government's taxing power. The program included unemployment insurance, aid to dependent children, and old age pensions. Disability benefits would be added in 1954. Some criticized the payroll taxes proposed to fund the program, arguing they were bad for economic recovery because they took more money out of workers' pockets. But FDR insisted on the taxes, privately saying, quote, "Those taxes were never a problem of economics. They are politics all the way through. We put those payroll contributions there so as to give the contributors a legal, moral, and political right to collect their pensions and their unemployment benefits. With those taxes in there, no damn politician can ever scrap my Social Security program." FDR also insisted the program had to be fully funded with tax revenue and could not rely on deficit spending, saying, quote, "It is almost dishonest to build up an accumulated deficit. We can't do that. We can't sell the United States short in 1980 any more than in 1935. In August 1935, the Social Security Act was passed by huge majorities in both houses of Congress. But there were some naysayers. Republican Congressman John Tabor said, quote, "Never in the history of the world has any measure been brought in here so insidiously designed to prevent business recovery, to enslave workers, and to prevent any possibility of the employers providing work for the people."
Woof.
Another Republican Congressman, James Wadsworth, warned, quote, "This bill opens the door and invites the entrance into the political field of a power so vast, so powerful as to threaten the integrity of our institutions and to pull out the pillars of the temple down upon the heads of our descendants." Spoiler alert. Social Security currently spends over $1 trillion per year, more than 20% of the federal budget, and more than 5% of U.S. gross domestic product. Social Security began running huge deficits in the 1970s, which required huge payroll tax increases to fix. Social Security fell into the red again in 2021 and has run a deficit every year since, as of this recording, including a $41 billion deficit in 2023. That year, the Congressional Budget Office projected that Social Security will continue to run deficits, and without tax increases or benefit cuts, it will completely run out of money by 2033. The payroll tax funding Social Security was initially 2%, but is now over 12%. In 1940, there were 42 workers per retiree. Now the ratio is 3-to-1 and will be 2-to-1 by 2050.
Ouch.
We'll see what happens with that.
Yeah, I
Going
suppose we
forward.
will. Let's move on to another fun topic. Tax increases. In addition to the Social Security tax, Congress and FDR enacted many other tax increases. In 1932, President Hoover signed a tax increase raising the marginal tax rate on the highest individual incomes from 25% to 63%. In 1935, FDR signed an increase raising the rate to 79%, and 2 years later, he signed a revenue act designed to close loopholes used by the wealthy to avoid the tax. In 1935, FDR also signed major increases in corporate income tax rates, inheritance taxes, and gift taxes. The Agricultural Adjustment Act imposed processing taxes on farm products, which accounted for 10% of federal revenue in 1935. The federal liquor tax, imposed at the end of Prohibition, almost tripled between 1933 and 1940, when it accounted for $750 million in federal revenue.
Well, the government needs a lot more money for what new programs are going on.
That's exactly right.
In 1935, Congress gave FDR $4.9 billion for economic relief, the largest appropriation in American history at the time. FDR created the Works Progress Administration and put Harry Hopkins in charge of spending the money. Providing mostly unskilled jobs to the unemployed, the WPA would employ 3 million people in its first year and over 8 million over the 8-year life of the program. Interior Secretary Harold Ickes complained that Harry Hopkins had been given, quote, millions upon millions of dollars absolutely blind. And he complained the WPA was driving his own PWA out of business. But FDR refused to accept Ickes' resignation. Hopkins ran the WPA until he became Secretary of Commerce in 1938. The WPA helped build thousands of schools, hospitals, and parks, and 500,000 miles of highway. WPA also funded arts and entertainment projects employing 40,000 artists, musicians, actors, and writers. These projects included popular guidebooks for the 48 states, many public murals in the distinctive WPA style of paintings, and thousands of free theater productions involving many soon-to-be famous figures like Orson Welles, Elia Kazan, and Arthur Miller. But the WPA was very controversial. Some questioned the value of spending money on arts projects and considered them government-funded propaganda. One congressman complained, quote, culture? What the hell? Let them have a pick and shovel. The WPA was accused of wasting money on make-work projects, doing shoddy work, and encouraging poor work ethic among its employees. A Senate committee report stated, quote, to some extent the complaint that WPA workers do poor work is not without foundation. Poor work habits and incorrect techniques are not remedied. Occasionally, a supervisor or foreman demands good work. FDR's opponents also complained that the WPA functioned as a huge slush fund, enabling Democrats to buy political support in upcoming elections. Disproportionate amounts of WPA funding went to electoral swing districts, while safely Democratic seats in the South received less money despite suffering terrible poverty. Massachusetts Governor John Ely, a Democrat who nevertheless opposed FDR, lamented that relief agencies had become, quote, glorified political machines. During FDR's first term, the national debt increased from $20 billion to $37 billion.
Wow.
The WPA spent $11 billion before FDR disbanded it in 1942, when World War II ended unemployment. At that time, FDR stated, quote, 7 years ago, I was convinced that providing useful work is superior to any and every kind of dull. Experience had amply justified this policy. By building airports, schools, highways, and parks, by making huge quantities of clothing for the unfortunate, by serving millions of lunches to school children, by almost immeasurable kinds and quantities of service, the Works Progress Administration has reached a creative hand into every county in this nation. It has added to the national wealth, has repaired the wastage of depression, and has strengthened the country to bear the burden of war. By employing 8 millions of Americans with 30 millions of dependents, it has brought to these people renewed hope and courage. It has maintained and increased their working skills, and it has enabled them once more to take their rightful places in public or in private employment.
Well, that'll bring us to July of 1935 when FDR signs the Wagner Labor Relations Act, which had been championed by New York Senator Robert Wagner. The Wagner Act guaranteed the right of private sector employees to form unions and engage in collective bargaining. It also established the National Labor Relations Board to oversee union elections, penalize unfair practices, and intervene when collective bargaining efforts broke down. The Wagner Act allowed unions to enforce a closed shop, meaning the company could not hire workers who refused to join the union. The new law emboldened union organizers and helped facilitate the first large-scale unionization of steelworkers and auto workers. In 1937, when General Motors employees launched a sit-down strike by illegally trespassing on company property, FDR refused to intervene. His lack of support was a factor in the company caving and accepting unionization. U.S. Steel Corporation accepted unionization soon thereafter. However, when smaller steel companies resisted unionization, organizers again launched illegal sit-down strikes. Violent confrontations between strikers and strike breakers led to 18 deaths during the summer of 1937. Public opinion soured on the union's tactics, and FDR declined to condemn the police and company owners for the violence, instead saying both sides were to blame. In 1947, the Taft-Hartley Act amended the Wagner Act, prohibiting closed shops and enabling states to pass right-to-work laws.
Well, we got more stuff going on in 1935, a real active year for the New Deal. FDR signed an executive order creating the Rural Electrification Administration. At the time, only 11% of American farms had electricity. The new agency helped organize nonprofit cooperatives to build power lines and expand electricity distribution, financed by low-interest federal loans. Much of the electricity came from the TVA and recently built hydroelectric facilities like the Hoover Dam. By 1942, 50% of American farms had electricity, and almost all had it by 1950. Not one of the biggest or flashiest New Deal programs, but maybe low-key one of the most effective and important.
Yeah, indeed. Also in 1935, we have another of FDR's executive orders, which creates the Resettlement Administration, headed by Brain Trust Advisor Rex Tugwell. The agency's goal was to resettle farmers who lived on suboptimal land onto potentially more productive land, and to resettle workers in planned suburban communities near industrial centers. It also provided aid and built temporary camps in California for migratory workers, especially refugees from the Dust Bowl, a 100-million-acre area in the Southwest that was devastated by drought, dust storms, and soil erosion in the mid-1930s. The Resettlement Administration's efforts at creating planned farming cooperatives and suburban communities were largely unsuccessful. The agency spent obscene amounts of money relative to the number of people it resettled. The planned community of Arthurdale, West Virginia, became a pet project of Eleanor Roosevelt, who said, quote, "You cannot just build houses and tell people to go and live in them. They must be taught how to live." The government ordered pre-built houses that didn't fit the foundations and lacked insulation, and the resettled people had difficulty finding work and couldn't afford to live there. The project went way over budget, with Harold Ickes complaining, quote, "The cost of the thing is shocking." The government eventually sold off its property in Arthurdale at a huge loss. Rex Tugwell created farming communities where the farmers cooperatively worked government-owned land, though the farmers really wanted to hold their own plots. But the farmers' wishes ran counter to the administration's efforts to increase farm commodity prices by decreasing production. The Resettlement Administration was criticized as communistic, a perception not helped by the fact that Tugwell had visited the Soviet Union in 1927 and had been fascinated by its centrally planned economy. In 1937, the Resettlement Administration was absorbed by the Department of Agriculture, which shifted focus away from resettlement efforts. FDR conceded the costs of the program were indefensible, and Tugwell later admitted, quote, "It was all done awkwardly and wastefully." Virginia Senator Harry Byrd called the Resettlement Administration, quote, "a permanent monument to waste and extravagance such as never been known in a civilized country."
Well, that's going to bring us to Eleanor Roosevelt. We'll find out what she was doing other than making Arthurdale her pet project. She was initially depressed about being First Lady, whose role was seen primarily as a social hostess, but she determined to break the mold. With FDR's support, she continued and expanded her political activism, which would ultimately involve her speaking and lecturing around the country, holding regular press conferences exclusively for female journalists, writing a daily syndicated newspaper column and regular magazine articles, hosting regular radio programs, speaking at the Democratic National Convention, and generally transforming the role of the First Lady and earning her #1 spot on our list of the top 5 First Ladies.
That's just it.
She developed a close relationship with Lorena Hickok, a reporter assigned by the Associated Press to cover Eleanor. Hickok lost that job when she got too close to Eleanor, who then got her a job doing fact-finding investigations for federal relief agencies. Eleanor and Hickok toured the western states together, and Eleanor wrote of her dreams that the two would spend their declining years together. Hickok was a lesbian, and there is growing agreement among historians that she and Eleanor likely had a physically intimate relationship. They exchanged passionate correspondence that can be viewed as love letters, including one in which Eleanor wrote, quote, "Most clearly I remember the feeling of that soft spot just northeast of the corner of your mouth against my lips." Eleanor and FDR slept in separate bedrooms, and he may have continued an affair with Missy LeHand, who lived in the White House. Elliot Roosevelt later wrote that, quote, "Knowing Missy was always there allowed Mother to come and go as she pleased without worrying about Father or feeling she was neglecting her wifely duties." Eleanor hired her friend Henrietta Nesbitt to run the White House staff. Though Mrs. Nesbitt had no qualifications or experience, the Roosevelt White House became notorious for serving terrible food, and Mrs. Nesbitt blatantly ignored FDR's complaints about his diet. One historian referred to Mrs. Nesbitt as Eleanor's revenge against her husband and, quote, "an expression of her passive-aggressive behavior in a marriage of remarkable and labyrinthine complexity."
Yeah, initially FDR was like, "Who the hell are you?" And she was like, "I'm Mrs. Nesbitt."
Indeed. FDR regularly held pre-dinner cocktail hours where he loved to serve as bartender despite his questionable drink-mixing skills. Eleanor, who didn't drink, had tea time with her friends in a separate room. She sometimes interrupted FDR's cocktail hour to press him about political issues, not caring that she violated the cocktail hour's prohibition against discussing work. Their communication grew more difficult in April 1936 with the death of Lewis Howe, who often served as a mediator between them. Before he died, Howe said, quote, "Franklin is on his own now." FDR lost his closest advisor and friend. In the coming years, Harry Hopkins would become FDR's closest advisor and eventually a close friend as well. Hopkins also became close with Eleanor, and after his wife's death in 1937, Hopkins named Eleanor as his daughter's guardian in the event of his own death.
Pretty interesting. Well, in the summer of 1935, FDR said the New Deal had become a response to a national emergency and declared that, quote, the basic program has now reached substantial completion. Since he had taken office, unemployment had been reduced by 1/3, 6 million new jobs were created, national income rose 50%, and corporate profits were up. In 1936, a public opinion poll indicated 53% of Americans thought the Depression was over, and 60% supported the president. FDR was going to kick off his re-election campaign in January 1936 with an all-star rock concert. Just kidding. With an incendiary State of the Union address that served as a declaration of class warfare against the forces of entrenched greed which seek the restoration of their selfish power. He warned that if the resplendent economic autocracy regained power, such power would provide shackles for the liberties of the people. Dismayed by FDR's increasingly anti-business tone, Al Smith came out against him in a radio speech sponsored by the pro-business Liberty League. Smith said, quote, I was born in the Democratic Party and expect to die in it. It is not easy for me to stand up here tonight and talk to the American people against the Democratic administration. It hurts me. However, Smith argued FDR was a demagogue, inciting one class of our people against the other. He described New Deal programs as, quote, a vast octopus set up by government that wound its arms all around the business of the country, paralyzed big business, and choked little businesses to death. He compared the young brain trusters to Marx and Lenin and said there could only be one flag, the Stars and Stripes, or the flag of the godless Union of the Soviets. The speech was not a hit with the American public. Senate Majority Leader Joseph Robinson, Smith's 1928 running mate, lambasted Smith as the tool of big business fat cats. Democratic Party Chairman Jim Farley called Smith's speech, quote, one of the major tactical blunders of modern politics, and Republicans tried to distance themselves from the Liberty League. Republicans were divided, with some wanting to repudiate and dismantle the New Deal, while others embraced many of its general principles. Idaho Senator William Borah, a progressive Republican, spoke for the latter camp when he said the people are offered the Constitution, but the people can't eat the Constitution. Borah argued the Republican Party had to change, or it will die like the Whig Party, of sheer political cowardice.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty intense words.
Yeah, among those who agreed with Borah was the progressive Republican governor of Kansas, Alf Landon. A former oil man, Landon was the only Republican governor to win re-election in 1934. He stated, quote, I do not believe the Jeffersonian theory that the best government is the one that governs the least can be applied today. I think that as civilization becomes more complex, government power must increase. He also said, quote, we cannot go back to the days before this depression. We must go forward facing new problems. Landon ran on similar principles as those espoused by FDR, but argued he could do the job better and more efficiently. Herbert Hoover reemerged as a spokesman for the conservative anti-New Deal wing of the party. Though he did not declare his candidacy, he hoped to be drafted as the party's nominee. Hoover spoke at the Republican National Convention, but garnered no support. Landon won the nomination on the first ballot. His running mate was Frank Knox, a Chicago newspaper publisher and a veteran of TR's Rough Riders. At the Democratic National Convention, FDR and Garner were renominated by acclamation. In a quiet but significant move, the party also repealed the long-standing rule requiring a two-thirds majority of convention delegates to win the presidential nomination. In place since 1832, the rule effectively gave the Deep South veto power over the party's nominee. Missouri Senator Champ Clark, whose father would have won the party's 1912 nomination if not for the two-thirds rule, said, quote, the Democratic Party is no longer a sectional party. It has become a great national party. FDR again gave a convention speech accepting the nomination, this time addressing a stadium crowd of 100,000. Landon ran an upbeat campaign and refused to personally attack FDR, but he was a bland, dull candidate. Harold Ickes quipped, "The Democratic Campaign Committee ought to spend all the money it can raise to send Landon out to make speeches." In the 2 months before the election, FDR traveled the Midwest by train, making over 200 speeches. He did not mention Landon by name, instead attacking the economic royalists and criticizing the supposedly do-nothing government of the Hoover years. He concluded the campaign with a speech at Madison Square Garden, saying, quote, "Powerful influences strive today to restore that kind of government with its doctrine that government which is best is most indifferent. Never before in all our history have these forces been so united against one candidate as they stand today. They are unanimous in their hate of me, and I welcome their hatred. I should like to have it said of my first administration that in it the forces of selfishness and lust for power met their match, and I should like to have it said of my second administration that in it these forces met their master."
Some strong words. Well, let's see how it's going to work out for him. On Election Day, FDR wins a crushing victory. He won the Electoral College 523-8, winning every state except Maine and Vermont. And that led to a quip. Before in elections, they used to say, "So goes Maine, so goes the nation." Well, after this election, some congressman or senator quipped, "So goes Maine, so goes Vermont."
Ouch.
FDR would win 60.8% of the popular vote, setting a record since extended only by LBJ in 1964. He became the first Democrat to win a majority of African American voters, and also won more Union members than any previous Democrat. The election cemented the New Deal coalition as a dominant force in American politics. Opponents argued FDR had used federal relief money to buy votes, and studies have shown he won his greatest share of votes in counties that received the most relief money, and lost in counties that received little. Landon believed FDR's re-election, quote, "would be very much in doubt if he did not have $5 billion in relief money to distribute." Progressive Republican Senator Hiram Johnson, who endorsed FDR, observed that, quote, "he starts with probably 8 million votes bought because of relief money, and joked that any candidate who could not win with that advantage should retire from politics." The WPA added 300,000 men to its relief rolls in the 4 months before the election, and removed 300,000 the month after the election. Future Republican presidential candidate Thomas E. Dewey cynically observed, quote, 300,000 men and their families moved on and off relief as pawns of New Deal politics.
Well, FDR barreling into a second term. As soon as he wins re-election, he turns his sights on the Supreme Court. In the previous 2 years, the court had decided 6 cases declaring portions of New Deal legislation unconstitutional. In Schechter-Poultry v. United States, the court unanimously struck down the National Industrial Recovery Act. The court held the act violated the separation of powers by delegating legislative power to the executive branch to issue industry-wide codes of fair competition, which imposed many regulations including wage and price fixing. The court also held the act exceeded Congress's power under the Commerce Clause, which authorized Congress to regulate interstate and foreign commerce but not commerce within a state. The court ruled Congress could regulate activity that directly affected interstate commerce, but activity with only indirect effects on interstate commerce was solely a matter of state law. In United States v. Butler, a 6-3 decision, the court held the Agricultural Adjustment Act was unconstitutional on the grounds that agricultural production was not interstate commerce but a purely local activity. In Louisville Joint Stock Land Bank v. Radford, the court unanimously struck down the Fraser-Lemke Farm Bankruptcy Act, which suspended foreclosures and allowed farmers to reclaim property lost to foreclosures on the grounds that it violated the Takings Clause because it deprived foreclosure creditors of their property rights without compensation. In Moorhead v. New York, a 5-4 decision, the court struck down a New York state minimum wage law, holding it violated the freedom of contract. On the other hand, the court also ruled in FDR's favor in significant cases, upholding the TVA's right to sell electrical power, upholding congressional authority to abrogate gold clauses in private contracts in conjunction with the abandonment of the gold standard, and upholding a New York state law fixing the price of milk. However, FDR resented the court's rulings against his reforms and was determined to do something about it.
That's just it. He's going to reject a suggestion to pursue a constitutional amendment expanding the Commerce Clause, believing the amendment process was too burdensome. The 11th, 14th, and 16th Amendments had each been adopted to overturn specific Supreme Court decisions. FDR tended to blame not the law, but the court itself. There had been no court vacancies during his first term, the first time since James Monroe's second term that a president had served 4 years without getting to appoint a Supreme Court justice. That's a long time. FDR worked with Attorney General Homer Cummings and Solicitor General Stanley Reed, who found an old proposal written by Woodrow Wilson's Attorney General James C. McReynolds, who was now on the Supreme Court and was FDR's most vigorous judicial opponent. McReynolds had suggested that the president be able to appoint a new judge each time an existing judge with more than 10 years' service had reached the age of 70, but did not retire. The number of Supreme Court justices is not fixed by the Constitution, but is determined by Congress. 6 of the 9 current justices were over 70, and all were over 60. The proposal would enable FDR to immediately appoint 6 new justices. FDR asked Cummings and Reed to put the proposal in the form of a draft bill that would apply not only to the Supreme Court, but all federal courts. He developed this plan in secrecy and never discussed it with his other advisors, his cabinet, or congressional leaders. On February 5, 1937, FDR announced the proposal. Rather than directly address his disagreement with how the court interpreted the Constitution in certain cases, FDR argued the court was behind on its workload and needed younger, more vigorous judges to keep up with its business. Congressional leaders were shocked by the proposal and dismayed that they had not been consulted. Even many Democrats who supported the New Deal opposed this court-packing plan. House Judiciary Committee Chairman Hatton Sumner refused to consider the bill before his committee, saying, "Boys, here's where I cash in my chips." Hiram Johnson said, "The issue seems to be plain. Shall the Congress make the Supreme Court subservient to the presidency?" Vice President Garner opposed the plan, and Representative Edward Cox, a conservative Democrat from Georgia, said the plan would enable FDR, quote, "to change the meaning of our basic laws and our whole system of government, and it constitutes the most terrible threat to constitutional government that has arisen in the entire history of the country."
Wow. This plan sparking a lot of hot feelings.
Indeed.
FDR promoted the plan in a fireside chat, arguing the government was like a 3-horse team and saying, quote, "2 of the 3 horses are pulling in unison today, the 3rd is not." But public opinion polls showed growing numbers of people disfavored the plan, and it hurt FDR's overall approval rating. In March 1937, the Senate Judiciary Committee held hearings on the plan. Liberal Democrat Burton Wheeler, the first senator to endorse FDR in 1932, led the opposition to the bill, saying, quote, "The court plan is not liberal. A liberal cause was never won by stacking a deck of cards, by stuffing a ballot box, or by packing a court." Wheeler met with Supreme Court Justice Louis Brandeis, the oldest justice but also the most supportive of New Deal legislation. Brandeis put Wheeler on the phone with Chief Justice Charles Evans Hughes. FDR and Hughes, both former New York governors, liked and respected each other, but Hughes told Wheeler, quote, "I am not interested in who are to be the members of the court. I am interested in the court as an institution, and this proposed bill would destroy the court as an institution." Hughes said the president's administration, particularly the Attorney General, had produced poorly drafted legislation and made poor legal arguments, leaving the court to clean up its mess. Hughes wrote a 7-page letter for Wheeler to read at a Judiciary Committee hearing, in which Hughes employed a statistical analysis to demolish FDR's arguments that the court was behind on its workload. On March 29th, the court issued its decision in West Coast Hotel v. Parrish, in which it upheld a Washington state minimum wage law very similar to the New York law it had struck down the previous year. It was a 5-4 decision in which Justice Owen Roberts switched the position he had taken in the New York case. Roberts' vote was dubbed the switch in time that saved 9, though in fact he had voted on the case months earlier before the court packing plan was revealed. Chief Justice Hughes wrote the West Coast Hotel opinion in which the court overturned a 30-year line of cases restricting the powers of states to regulate economic activity. On the same day, the court unanimously upheld 3 New Deal laws, including a revised version of the Fraser-Lemke Farm Mortgage Act. Soon thereafter, the Supreme Court upheld the Social Security Act and the Wagner Labor Relations Act, and Justice Willis Van Devanter, one of the justices most critical of New Deal legislation, announced his retirement. These developments cut the legs out from under FDR's already unpopular plan, but he still refused to back down. He continued to pressure congressmen to support the plan, but to no avail. Though Democrats held a 3-1 House majority, FDR could not get the House to bring the bill to a vote. Senate Majority Leader Joseph Robertson suffered a fatal heart attack, brought on at least in part by the immense pressure he was under to get the bill passed. FDR further soured the Senate against him by declining to attend Robinson's Arkansas funeral. Democrats held a 68-25 Senate majority, but the Senate rejected the bill by a vote of 20 in favor, 70 against. But FDR would have the last laugh, because over the next 7 years he would get to appoint 8 new justices to the Supreme Court, including Hugo Black, who was number 4 on our top 5 most influential Supreme Court justices, as well as Felix Frankfurter, William O. Douglas, and Robert Jackson. In the 1942 case of Wickard v. Filburn, the FDR-appointed court unanimously gutted the Commerce Clause, holding that a farmer could not grow more wheat than he was allotted to grow under the revised Agricultural Adjustment Act, even if he was growing it for personal consumption and not to sell. The court held that, quote, even if the farmer's activity be local and though it may not be regarded as commerce, it may still, whatever its nature, be reached by the Congress if it exerts a substantial economic effect on interstate commerce, and this is irrespective of whether such effect is what might at some earlier time have been defined as direct or indirect.
Well, that's certainly one issue that FDR wasn't going to take sitting down.
Indeed.
Well, that's going to bring us to late 1937, when the American economy plunged into a, quote, depression within a depression, which FDR's opponents dubbed the quote-unquote Roosevelt recession. The stock market crashed in October 1937 and again in March 1938, losing over a third of its value. The Dow Jones Industrial Average decreased from a 1937 high of 194 to a 1938 low of 99. Businesses shut down, corporate profits decreased by 4/5, steel production decreased by 3/4, farm commodity prices fell, and shanty towns reminiscent of Hoovervilles proliferated. In 6 months, 4 million people lost their jobs, with unemployment reaching 20%. FDR biographer H.W. Brands wrote, quote, wealth vanished more rapidly than at the worst of the 1929 crash. Possible causes for the double-dip depression include a substantial decrease in federal relief spending, which FDR had reduced on the assumption that the economic emergency was over and out of a desire to balance the budget. Also, the Federal Reserve Board raised reserve requirements for banks and thereby curtailed their ability to loan money, and new Social Security taxes removed $2 billion in purchasing power from American workers. Treasury Secretary Henry Morgenthau, Commerce Secretary Dan Roper, and Brain Trust Advisor Adolf Berle encouraged FDR to stay the course on his plan to balance the budget by 1939, arguing that the administration's big spending anti-business policies had shattered the morale of American businesses, and that the national economy needed private business to expand. Morgenthau said it was time, quote, to strip off the bandages, throw away the crutches, and see if the economy could stand on its own feet. FDR's more ardent New Dealers, including Hopkins, Ickes, and Fed Chairman Mariner Eccles, blamed the downturn on the decrease in federal spending and urged immediate spending increases. When Morgenthau advised FDR to reassure private businesses that the country would remain capitalist and wasn't headed to state socialism, FDR insisted he had already provided plenty of reassurance. He continued his anti-business rhetoric and even added lines to a reassuring speech Morgenthau planned to give. Lines Morgenthau said, quote, sounded like Huey Long. FDR told Morgenthau, quote, a wise old bird had told him conservative businessmen were deliberately sabotaging the economy to produce Republican electoral victories. In April 1938, Congress acquiesced to FDR's request for $3.4 billion in new relief spending. Morgenthau believed the ardent New Dealers had stampeded FDR into abandoning his balanced budget plans. By the end of 1938, the national economy had regained about half the ground lost during the Roosevelt recession, but unemployment levels would not return to their 1937 lows until after the outbreak of the Second World War. During FDR's second term, the national debt increased by another $13 billion, reaching $50 billion before the U.S. entered the war.
Well, the unpopular court-packing plan and the Roosevelt recession put the future of the New Deal in jeopardy. Hugh Johnson, whom FDR had previously fired as head of the National Recovery Administration, said, quote, the old Roosevelt magic has lost its kick. Though Democrats held huge congressional majorities, many conservative-leaning Democrats, especially from the South, had never been much more than lukewarm supporters of the more radical New Deal policies. The court plan caused an open break between many of these Democrats and FDR's administration, and they became increasingly willing to side with Republicans to block additional New Deal reforms. FDR exacerbated his troubles with Congress when he intervened in the Senate's selection of a majority leader to replace the late Joseph Robinson. Mississippi Senator Pat Harrison was the frontrunner, but FDR leaned on senators to support Kentucky's Alvin Barkley. Vice President Garner called it, quote, an encroachment on the prerogatives of the members of the legislative branch no president ought to engage in. As a result of FDR's pressure, Barkley narrowly prevailed, but he was thereafter seen as a tool of the president, and FDR made an enemy of Harrison, who chaired the powerful Finance Committee. In light of all these developments, much of FDR's second-term domestic agenda was dead on arrival. In 1938, he did manage to pass a revised Agricultural Adjustment Act to replace the version found unconstitutional by the Supreme Court, and the Fair Labor Standards Act, which banned child labor and instituted a federal minimum wage and 40-hour work week, though it was watered down with exceptions and loopholes. These were the last significant pieces of New Deal legislation. FDR had other ambitious plans, including the creation of 7 new TVA-like entities, but they went nowhere.
Well, there you have it. The end of the New Deal. Now let's move on to something happier, hopefully. Oh. Civil rights.
Maybe not.
Another casualty of the Democratic Congress was civil rights legislation. Between 1933 and 1938, 83 African Americans had been killed in lynchings in the South. Efforts to enact federal anti-lynching laws in previous decades had been filibustered by Southern Democratic senators. Senator Robert Wagner introduced a new anti-lynching bill which proposed to hold state officials accountable when they failed to prosecute those responsible for lynchings. Wagner had kept his bill on the back burner until the 1936 election, and some believed that if FDR, a popular and powerful Democratic president, supported the bill, it could get past the filibuster and be enacted. But FDR refused to support the bill, telling the head of the NAACP, quote, "I've got to get legislation passed to save America. The Southerners, by reasons of the seniority role in Congress, are chairmen or occupy strategic places in most of the Senate and House committees. If I come out for the anti-lynching bill now, they will block every bill I ask Congress to pass. I just can't take that risk." Ouch. In February 1938, the filibuster prevailed, and Wagner withdrew the bill from consideration. Eleanor Roosevelt was a vocal supporter of the bill, and FDR's advisors expressed frustration that she had encouraged the NAACP to press the issue, but Eleanor was unapologetic. She had long made a point of inviting African Americans to the White House and visiting African American homes when she was in the South. At a segregated conference at Alabama, she placed her chair in the aisle between the black and white sections. At another event, she fetched a glass of water for a black female speaker, which became a famous gesture of equality. When the Daughters of the American Revolution, a charitable organization, refused to allow African-American singer Marian Anderson to perform at Constitution Hall, Eleanor resigned from the organization in protest and arranged for Ms. Anderson to perform an outdoor concert on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial. However, as FDR biographer John Edward Smith wrote, quote, "During the 12 years FDR was president, not one piece of civil rights legislation became law. No federal effort was made to abolish the white primary in the South or overturn the poll tax. Roosevelt's closest aides, Stephen Early, Marvin McIntyre, and Pa Watson, were Southerners who shared the prejudice of the times. To the best of their ability, they smothered controversial issues that might offend voters in the South. No effort was made to use the bully pulpit of the White House to advance the cause of racial justice." A sad failing.
Indeed.
On FDR's part.
Very sad. FDR's troubles with conservative Democrats in Congress came to a head during the 1938 midterm elections when he made the unprecedented decision to support primary challengers attempting to unseat incumbent Democrats, a course of action referred to as the Purge. The effort achieved initial success in a Florida House race, but FDR's preferred candidates suffered embarrassing defeats in 4 high-profile Senate primaries in Georgia, South Carolina, Maryland, and Iowa. FDR traveled to Georgia to personally speak against the renomination of Senator Walter George, but George won an easy victory, and FDR's candidate finished third. Senator Ed Smith won renomination in South Carolina, running a states' rights campaign against, quote, New Deal Reconstruction. FDR gave 6 speeches in Maryland, but incumbent Senator Millard Tydings, who had voted against FDR's administration 77% of the time, won easily. Iowa Senator Guy Gillette also won easily, despite a campaign coordinated by Harry Hopkins of the WPA, which prompted Senator Burton Wheeler to complain that federal relief funds had been used in an attempt to quote-unquote slaughter a member of the Senate. FDR successfully supported Senate Majority Leader Alben Barkley against a primary challenger in Kentucky, but the use of WPA money in that race sparked a Senate investigation that led to the passage of the Hatch Act. The Hatch Act barred executive branch employees from engaging in political campaign activity and prohibited the use of public relief funds for electoral purposes. In the November 1938 elections, Democrats suffered significant defeats at the hands of Republicans, who gained 8 Senate seats, 81 House seats, and 13 governorships. Democrats still controlled both houses of Congress, but FDR, entering the last 2 years of his second term, was increasingly seen as a lame duck.
Well, looks like FDR's not doing too hot on the domestic front. Let's see if there's another area where he could get his groove back. Let's look into his second term foreign policy. Now, foreign policy had been on the back burner throughout FDR's presidency, both because Americans were focused on their domestic economic problems and because Americans' strong isolationist sentiment opposed getting involved in the increasingly dire situation abroad. As the domestic New Deal ran out of momentum, the international situation began spiraling out of control. FDR would gradually build support for his own more hawkish internationalist views and would ironically find his strongest support among those who most fiercely opposed his domestic policies: Wall Street Republicans and conservative Southern Democrats. In July 1936, the Spanish Civil War broke out, pitting General Francisco Franco's nationalist coalition of militarists, monarchists, and fascists against the Loyalist coalition of Republicans, Socialists, and Communists. The Soviet Union provided arms and aid to the Loyalists, while Italy and Germany supported the Nationalists. Using German warplanes, Nationalists brutally bombed non-military targets in the town of Guernica, killing hundreds of civilians, including women and children, and inspiring Picasso's famous painting. The Guernica bombing outraged many Americans, and thousands volunteered to fight for the Loyalist cause. But FDR kept the U.S. out of the conflict, invoking the Neutrality Act to bar official American aid to either side. In mid-1937, Japan invaded China and captured its capital city, Nanking, perpetrating a brutal massacre that became known as the Rape of Nanking. Because neither side actually declared war, however, FDR declined to invoke the Neutrality Act, which enabled continued U.S. aid to China. In October 1937, FDR said, if, quote, the present reign of terror and international lawlessness should continue, let no one imagine that America will escape, that America may expect mercy, that this Western Hemisphere will not be attacked. He said, when an epidemic of physical disease starts to spread, the community approves and joins in a quarantine of the patients in order to protect the health of the community against the spread of the disease. When the press asked if his quarantine speech would lead to economic sanctions or an international peace conference, FDR maintained he was just expressing a sentiment and had no specific policy in mind. American isolationism was in the ascendancy, and FDR told an advisor, quote, it is a terrible thing to look over your shoulder when you are trying to lead and to find no one there. In December 1937, Japanese warplanes destroyed a U.S. Navy gunboat in China. Some cabinet members suggested war, with Harold Ickes saying, quote, certainly war with Japan is inevitable sooner or later. If we have to fight her, isn't this the best possible time? But senators told FDR that no one in Congress would support a declaration of war.
Well, FDR agreed the U.S. was not ready for war. He instead demanded that Japan apologize and pay reparations. Japan promptly did so, claiming the attack was a mistake, though the American markings on the ship were unmistakable. The incident caused increased questions about who really controlled Japan, the emperor's civil government, or a cadre of aggressive militarists. In January 1938, Indiana Democratic Representative Lewis Ludlow proposed a constitutional amendment that would require a national popular referendum before Congress could declare war. FDR strongly opposed the measure, saying it would, quote, cripple any president in his conduct of our foreign relations and would encourage other nations to believe that they could violate American rights with impunity. The amendment drew the most support among the most ardent New Dealers, while the opposition that agreed with FDR consisted mostly of the anti-New Deal coalition. FDR's side prevailed when Ludlow lost the procedural vote, which would have brought the amendment up to a vote before Congress. In March 1938, Hitler threatened to invade Austria if its government did not agree to a union with Germany. Austria's government promptly agreed. The German army occupied Austria, and the results of a referendum supposedly showed that 99.75% of Austrians supported unification with Germany.
Wow.
That's
a staggering amount.
That's a suspicious referendum.
Indeed.
Hitler then turned his attention to Czechoslovakia, which was first established as an independent country in the Treaty of Versailles following the First World War. The Czechoslovakian region bordering Germany, the Sudetenland, it used to be part of Austria-Hungary, and it was home to 3 million ethnic Germans. Hitler demanded that it become part of Germany, and he secretly prepared for an invasion. At the Munich Conference in September 1938, Germany, Italy, France, and Britain signed an agreement ceding the Sudetenland to Germany. Hitler promised that he sought no more territorial acquisitions, and British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain announced the agreement meant, quote, peace in our time. One member of the British Parliament, Winston Churchill, said that the British government, quote, had to choose between shame and war. They chose shame and will get war.
Ouch.
In November 1938, a German diplomat was murdered in Paris by a Polish Jew protesting the mass deportation of Polish Jews from Germany, and the Nazis exploited the incident as a pretext for a massive crackdown against the Jews. On Kristallnacht, the night of broken glass, Nazi stormtroopers burned or vandalized hundreds of synagogues and thousands of Jewish businesses and homes. 20,000 Jews were arrested and sent to concentration camps. The Nazi government imposed a $400 million fine on the Jewish community, and Jews were barred from operating businesses, attending schools, and driving automobiles. The 1924 law establishing immigration quotas prevented FDR from accepting massive numbers of refugees, but he ordered that Jewish immigration applications be expedited to fill the quotas of immigrants allowed from Germany and Austria. He also granted a 6-month extension of visitor visas to allow 15,000 visitors from Germany and Austria to remain in the United States, and he confirmed that he would grant further extensions when the 6 months expired. He said, quote, I don't know from the point of view of humanity that we have a right to put them on a ship and send them back to Germany under the present conditions.
That's right. FDR is going to go on to ask Congress to appropriate an additional $525 million for military spending, with most of the money earmarked for the construction of airplanes. He also authorized the Treasury Department to sell planes to the British and French. In March 1939, Hitler broke the promise he made at Munich, annexing and occupying the rest of Czechoslovakia. The same month, Lithuania surrendered the port city of Memel to Germany, Italy occupied Albania, and Japan claimed the Spratly Islands in the South China Sea, not far from U.S. territory in the Philippines. FDR sent messages to Hitler and Mussolini. Noting they had repeatedly claimed to desire peace, FDR asked them to make specific promises not to invade 31 neighboring countries and offered to serve as an intermediary in negotiations with those countries. Hitler denounced FDR in a Reichstag speech, saying, quote, Mr. Roosevelt, the vastness of your nation and the immense wealth of your country allows you to feel responsible for the history of the whole world and for the history of all nations. He complained that Germany lacked the resources and territory of the U.S. and said, quote, I cannot feel myself responsible for the fate of the world, as this world took no interest in the pitiful state of my own people. I have regarded myself as called upon by Providence to serve my own people alone and to deliver them from their frightful misery. FDR asked Congress to revise the Neutrality Act to enable arms sales to Britain and France in the event of war, but isolationists blocked the measure, confident there would be no European war before the 1940 congressional session. In June 1939, the U.S. Army Chief of Staff retired, and FDR named General George C. Marshall to replace him. Also in June, FDR and Eleanor hosted a visit from Britain's King George VI and Queen Elizabeth at the White House and their Hyde Park estate, with the Roosevelts famously serving hot dogs to the monarchs. In August, the European situation irrevocably deteriorated.
The port city of Danzig used to be part of Germany, but was designated by the Treaty of Versailles as a free city under League of Nations protection. The treaty also gave Poland a corridor of formerly German territory to connect it with Danzig, Though this corridor separated German East Prussia from the bulk of Germany, Hitler had demanded the territory, but Britain and France pledged to defend Polish sovereignty. FDR sent a letter to Hitler and Poland urging a negotiated solution, such as mediation or arbitration. Poland accepted FDR's offer, but Hitler ignored it. On August 22nd, Hitler's foreign minister, Joachim von Ribbentrop, announced that Germany and the Soviet Union had signed a non-aggression pact. Stalin was dismayed that the Western democracies had failed to stand up to Hitler and that they still believed communism was as much a threat as fascism, so he made a separate peace with Germany. Hitler sought to neutralize the Soviet threat to free him up to focus on his Western opponents. On August 31st, Hitler issued a 16-point ultimatum to Poland, demanding Danzig be given to Germany and a referendum be held in the Polish corridor to determine whether it would go to Germany. On September 1st, without allowing time for the ultimatum to even be considered, much less answered, the German army invaded Poland. Upon being awakened at 2:50 a.m. with the news, FDR said, quote, "Well, it has come at last. God help us all."
Well, on September 3rd, Britain and France declared war on Germany. In a fireside chat, FDR said he hoped and believed America could stay out of the war. He also said, quote, "This nation will remain a neutral nation, but I cannot ask that every American remain neutral in thought as well. Even a neutral has a right to take account of facts. Even a neutral cannot be asked to close his mind or his conscience." Pretty strong words. FDR invoked the Neutrality Act, but he also called a special session of Congress and asked it to repeal the Act's arms embargo, which would enable American aid to Britain and France. FDR said the embargo endangered American neutrality, American security, and above all, American peace. Senator William Borah argued that selling arms to any European nation would be taking sides, and that would be the first step to active intervention. Charles Lindbergh, the famous aviator, gave highly publicized speeches that mobilized isolationist sentiment. Lindbergh espoused overtly racist sentiments, saying, quote, "Our bond with Europe is a bond of race and not political ideology. If the white race is ever seriously threatened, it may then be time for us to take our part for its protection, to fight side by side with the English, French, and Germans, but not with one against the other for our mutual destruction." Yikes.
Wow. Well, in late September, Polish resistance collapsed, and in a prearranged deal with the Nazis, the Soviet Union occupied a large portion of Poland, which ceased to exist as an independent country. FDR gave an in-person address before Congress, the first time a president spoke in Congress for a non-State of the Union address in over 15 years. He said, quote, "These perilous days demand cooperation among us without a trace of partisanship. Our acts must be guided by one single, hard-headed thought, keeping America out of war." He emphasized that the proposed arms sales would be limited to a cash-and-carry basis, meaning the belligerents would have to pay upfront and transport the supplies on their own ships, which would keep American ships out of the war zone. Public opinion favored FDR's proposal, with the vast majority of Americans wanting to stay out of the war, yet also wanting Britain and France to win. FDR argued helping them win was the best way to keep America out. He stressed that, quote, "No person in any responsible place has ever suggested the remotest possibility of sending the boys of American mothers to fight on the battlefields of Europe." In early November, Congress voted to repeal the arms embargo. American airplane manufacturers received huge orders for planes, and the growing demand for all manner of military supplies marked the beginning of the end of American unemployment.
After the fall of Poland, there ensued a 6-month lull in which both sides girded for all-out war. FDR sent Under-Secretary of State Sumner Welles to Germany, where he met with Ron Ribbentrop and Hitler to explore where he met with von Ribbentrop and Hitler to explore whether a negotiated peace was possible. The talks went nowhere, with Hitler telling Wells, quote, "I believe that German might is such as to ensure the triumph of Germany, but if not, we will all go down together." In April 1940, Germany invaded and occupied Denmark and Norway. Neville Chamberlain resigned, and Churchill became Britain's prime minister. On May 10th, Germany invaded France, where its panzer tanks quickly cut through French defenses. Churchill asked FDR for immediate aid, requesting that the U.S. military loan Britain naval destroyers and planes that it could return when its own war production caught up. Churchill wrote, quote, "I trust you realize, Mr. President, that the voice and force of the United States may count for nothing if they are withheld too long." FDR agreed to provide planes and weapons, but said he could not loan the destroyers without congressional approval, and Congress would not agree. In May, Congress did acquiesce to FDR's request for $3 billion in additional military spending. Lindbergh continued to lead an isolationist campaign, arguing the U.S. was not vulnerable to invasion by any foreign power. On June 2nd, the British Expeditionary Force was evacuated from Dunkirk, leaving great numbers of arms, ammo, and supplies behind. To help Britain make up the losses, General George Marshall reclassified large amounts of U.S. Army supplies as surplus, enabling them to be sent to Britain. FDR wrote to Mussolini, urging him to stay out of the war, but Mussolini responded that the U.S. should stay out of European affairs, just as Italy had respected the Monroe Doctrine by staying out of American affairs. On June 10th, Italy declared war on Britain and France. In response, FDR gave his most forceful public statement yet. Quote, "On this 10th day of June, 1940, the hand that held the dagger has struck it into the back of its neighbor." He said it was an obvious delusion to believe that we of the United States can safely permit the United States to become a lone island in a world dominated by the philosophy of force. He declared, "We will extend to the opponents of force the material resources of this nation, and at the same time we will harness and speed up the use of those resources in order that we ourselves in the Americas may have equipment and training equal to the task of any emergency and every defense." On June 14th, the Nazis captured Paris, and a week later, France surrendered to Hitler and signed an armistice. FDR put his cabinet on a bipartisan war footing by replacing his Navy Secretary and War Secretary with prominent Republicans. The new Navy Secretary was Frank Knox, the former Rough Rider who had been Alf Landon's running mate. The new War Secretary was Henry Stimson, who had been War Secretary under Taft and Secretary of State under Hoover, and was the Republican Party's leading foreign policy hawk.
Wow. Things are really heating up.
Indeed.
There's a lot going on, and guess what? It's also an election year.
Yeah, that's just it.
FDR coming to the end of his second term. It's about time he's riding off into the sunset, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe not. In fact, the escalation of the war was the decisive factor in FDR's unprecedented decision to seek a third term. There was no constitutional term limit, and the unofficial two-term tradition had arisen from George Washington's decision to retire after his second term. Ulysses Grant and Theodore Roosevelt had unsuccessfully sought non-consecutive third terms, but no incumbent had ever sought a consecutive third term. FDR maintained public silence on the issue, but in early 1940 he seemed to be planning for retirement when he signed a lucrative contract to become a contributing editor for Collier's magazine starting in 1941, and he told Henry Morgenthau, quote, "I do not want to run unless between now and the Democratic Convention things get very, very much worse in Europe." Well, things did get very much worse, and FDR knew that the crisis presented a chance to achieve presidential greatness. In December 1939, Vice President Garner, who had become an open opponent of the New Deal, declared his candidacy. Postmaster General and Party Chairman James Farley wanted to run, and Secretary of State Cordell Hull felt that he would get the nomination with FDR's endorsement should FDR choose not to run. Harry Hopkins, whom FDR had previously considered his chosen successor, was in the midst of a serious health crisis and could not run. And though FDR never said he was running, he was on the ballot in Democratic primaries where he crushed Garner, even in Garner's home state of Texas. The Republican convention took place in late June. The frontrunners included Senator Robert A. Taft, son of President Taft, and Manhattan District Attorney Thomas E. Dewey, who had earned national fame for his successful prosecution of mafia figures. Taft was an outspoken isolationist, while Dewey had isolationist leanings and was seen as too young and inexperienced to meet the growing global crisis. The Republican Party was divided, but its internationalist wing prevailed over the isolationists, and on the 6th convention ballot, Republicans nominated Wendell Willkie, a dark horse candidate who hadn't run in the primaries, had never held public office, and had been a lifelong Democrat until he joined the Republican Party the previous year. Willkie was president of the Commonwealth and Southern Electric Company, where he had battled against the Tennessee Valley Authority and decried FDR's anti-business policies. But Willkie supported some of the New Deal's social welfare programs, and he favored giving Britain all aid short of declaring war. Willkie was a popular and attractive candidate, and FDR believed he was the toughest opponent Republicans could have nominated.
Yeah, on a personal note, my great-grandparents had been Democrats until FDR ran for a third term.
Wow.
And my great-grandmother said, who the hell does he think he is, the king?
Well,
So they switched to Republican and supported Willkie because he was a businessman like they were.
wow.
As the Democratic convention opened in Chicago in mid-July, FDR had remained silent on whether he was running or not. Garner complained to Farley that FDR, quote, has fixed it so nobody else can run. FDR wanted to be drafted without openly seeking the nomination. Convention Chairman Alvin Barkley read a message from FDR saying he, quote, never had and has not today any desire or purpose to continue in the office of President, to be a candidate for that office, or to be nominated by the convention for that office. He wishes in all conviction and sincerity to make it clear that all of the delegates at this convention are free to vote for any candidate. In a prearranged move, a Chicago Democratic operative promptly used the convention's loudspeaker system to chant, "We want Roosevelt! We want Roosevelt!" The delegates enthusiastically joined in, and FDR's renomination was secured. He won on the first ballot with 946 votes against 72 for Farley and 61 for Garner. FDR was determined to replace Garner on the ticket, and after Secretary of State Cordell Hull privately declined, FDR chose Secretary of Agriculture Henry Wallace, a former Republican. Wallace had no support in the convention, however, and several other prominent Democrats wanted the nomination. FDR did not attend the convention, but had sent Eleanor, and she gave a conciliatory speech urging support for the president's chosen running mate. Privately, FDR threatened to refuse the presidential nomination if Wallace wasn't chosen. Wallace narrowly prevailed. In a radio address, FDR defended his decision to seek a third term, saying, quote, "It was my obvious duty to maintain to the utmost the influence of this mighty nation in our effort to prevent the spread of war, and to sustain by all legal means those governments threatened by other governments which had rejected the principles of democracy. If our government should pass to other hands next January, untried hands, inexperienced hands, we can merely hope and pray that they will not substitute appeasement and compromise with those who seek to destroy all democracies everywhere, including here."
Wow. Well, it's election campaign season, but also there's a lot going on abroad and at home. In June, a bipartisan proposal for a peacetime draft was introduced in the Senate. The U.S. Army had less than 200,000 men on active duty. FDR came out in favor of the proposed draft in early August and also asked Congress for authority to call the National Guard and Reserve Officer Corps to active duty. Wendell Willkie also endorsed the draft, with one isolationist senator saying Willkie's support broke the back of the opposition. When a reporter told Willkie that he could win the election by opposing the draft, Willkie said, quote, "I would rather not win the election than do that." Congress passed the Selective Service Act in September, and 16 million men aged 21 to 35 registered for the draft. Within a year, 600,000 would be drafted, and the Army would have 1.4 million men on active duty. By the end of the war, about 16 million will have served in uniform.
That's it. Well, the Battle of Britain is going to begin in 1940, with the German Luftwaffe bombing Britain and attempting to gain air superiority over the English Channel to facilitate an amphibious invasion of the British Isles. Churchill renewed his plea for FDR to lend naval destroyers, arguing they were critically needed to prevent an invasion, and saying, quote, "Mr. President, with great respect, I must tell you that in the long history of the world, this is a thing to do now." FDR proposed sending 50 destroyers in exchange for Britain giving the U.S. 99-year leases for 8 military bases in Newfoundland, Bermuda, the Bahamas, Jamaica, Antigua, St. Lucia, Trinidad, and British Guiana. FDR also obtained prominent legal opinions that he could execute the deal on his own authority without congressional approval. Britain agreed, and the deal was finalized in early September. Wilkie supported it, and it was so favorable to the U.S. that even staunch isolationists had trouble arguing against it, particularly because the bases were much more beneficial than 50 destroyers in protecting the American homeland. FDR said, quote, "This is the most important action in the reinforcement of our national defense since the Louisiana Purchase."
Wow. Quite a big deal.
Indeed.
In the presidential campaign, Wilkie is going to focus on the third-term issue, calling FDR Mr. Third-Term Candidate, and saying, quote, "If you elect him for a third term, there will be no limit to the imagination of what he has a mandate to do."
Yeah, there's in my collection of presidential campaign buttons, there is a Wilkie button that simply says, it's Uncle Sam with giving a thumbs down, and it says, "No third term."
Yep. Wilkie argued, quote, "Give him another 4 years and he will fill with his own men not only the Supreme Court but the entire federal judiciary. This is the pattern of dictatorship, the usurpation of power by manufactured emergencies, the circumvention of the legislature, the capture of the courts. These are the last steps on the road to absolute power." And when FDR refused to engage with the third-term issue, Wilkie asserted that FDR would not stop at a third term but would seek to become president for life. As the campaign stretched into October, the third-term issue was not really gaining traction. Britain was gaining the upper hand in the Battle of Britain, and Wilkie began to take a more aggressive isolationist tact, saying, quote, "If Roosevelt's promise to keep our boys out of foreign wars is no better than his promise to balance the budget, they're already almost on the transports. On the basis of his past performance, you may expect war by April 1941 if he is elected." Wilkie's poll numbers began to rise. He questioned whether FDR had any, quote, "secret international understandings to put America into the war that we citizens don't know about." And Wilkie said, "We do not want to send our boys over there again, and we do not intend to send them over there again, and if you elect me president, they won't be sent." He challenged FDR to make the same pledge. FDR had not personally campaigned, but Wilkie's challenges angered him and prompted him to make several major campaign speeches. He denied there were any secret understandings to involve the U.S. in the war and said, quote, "I have said it before, but I shall say it again and again and again. Your boys are not going to be sent into any foreign wars." The final pre-election polls showed FDR leading by a slim margin, but with Wilkie ahead in key battleground states. On Election Day, voter turnout was higher than it had been in over 30 years.
Wow.
When all the votes were counted, Wilkie had done better than Hoover or Landon, but it still wasn't close. FDR won the popular vote 55% to 45%, and the Electoral College 449 to 82.
So there you have it. FDR has been elected to an unprecedented third term as President of the United States. Things are looking bleak abroad. Let's see how he handles it after these messages.
The Dead President's podcast is brought to you in part by Lifebuoy Health Soap. There are two sides to every broken romance. Her side. Her brother invited the dashing young Southerner to the shore to meet her. They were instantly attracted to one another. They played golf, sailed together, were constantly together outdoors. But indoors, on the dance floor, playing games, he didn't seem to know she existed. She lost her heart to him, and he didn't seem to care. Naturally, she was hurt, bewildered, when he headed south, leaving the words she wanted to hear unspoken. His side?
She was the loveliest creature in the colony. She was the picture of graceful refinement. Long days in the open drew us together, but we never danced. In fact, practically no one danced with her. There was a barrier between us. She just was not dainty. I couldn't make a compromise when such a delicate question was involved, and I couldn't tell her about Lifebuoy. I was heartbroken, but I couldn't ask her to marry me.
The third side of a triangle isn't always another woman. It's often a personal fault, such as B.O., a treacherous foe that betrays us when we least expect it. Tragically, the offenders are almost always ignorant of their own guilt, and very few friends or even members of the family have the courage to speak about it. Don't you take chances. Bathe regularly with Lifebuoy. Its creamy, penetrating lather cleanses thoroughly, purifies, and keeps you safe.
Ladies, are you at a loss as to why you've been scaring away potential husbands left and right? Perhaps your failure to bathe regularly has left you with rancid, offensive B.O. You're finding out the hard way that no matter how charming your personality, no matter how shapely your physique, no self-respecting man can ask you to be his bride if you haven't taken care of your repulsive, putrid body odor. But you're in luck, because Lifebuoy Health Soap can wash away your B.O. and turn you into marriage material in no time flat. That's a message from our sponsor, Lifebuoy Health Soap.
We're also proud to be sponsored by Lux Dish Soap. Romance dies at the touch of dishpan hands.
We won't risk 'em,
say modern brides. Mrs. John McGuire says,
maybe men respect dishpan hands, but they don't admire them. I won't have 'em, thanks to Lux.
Mrs. William Tuck says,
wash dishes, but I'll not rub off honeymoon bloom by having dishpan hands. I'll use Lux.
pretty hands do something to a man's heart. Clever wives know this. They never let their hands get rough and coarse-looking. They use Lux. Lux melts into the richest sort of bubbly suds in your dishpan. These suds give your hands a real beauty bath, and they work faster. So protect the girlish beauty of your hands the easy Lux way. It costs less than 1 cent a day. Use Lux for dishes and have hands as lovely as a bride's. Ladies, if you've managed to get your BO under control long enough to land a husband, the last thing you want is to turn your marriage sour by gripping your hubby's rock-hard manhood with disgusting dishpan hands. In the kitchen, he may respect you for slaving away on the dishes like a good wife should, but in the bedroom, he'll go limp as a noodle if you don't keep your hands pretty. With lush... With Lux dish soap, you can...
This next line. Oh, God.
It's funny. We're just making explicit what is implicit in the actual ad.
Yeah.
With Lux dish soap, you can wash dishes for hours and still have silky smooth hands with which to jack off your man. That's a message from our sponsor, Lux Dish Soap.
We're also proud to be sponsored by Madame Annette Lanzette, who has an important message for our listeners.
That lady has a mustache.
How embarrassing.
Why didn't she shave?
I know a better way to overcome that problem. Listen, I'll tell you a secret. I once had the problem of superfluous hair on the face and limbs. I was discouraged, unloved. Tried many different products, but nothing was really satisfactory. Then I developed a simple, painless, inexpensive method. It worked and brought me happiness. I have helped thousands seeking a beautiful skin free of that ugly, noticeable, unwanted hair. My free book, How to Overcome the Superfluous Hair Problem, explains the method and proves actual success. For a copy mailed in a plain envelope, write to Madame Annette Linsett, P.O. Box 4040, Chicago, Illinois.
Ladies, do you suffer from superfluous hair? Do you shave your mustache every morning only to have 5 o'clock shadows sprouting on your upper lip by the time your husband gets home from work? Does he lament his fate with sarcastic comments about how he has to go to bed with Groucho Marx? You don't have to go on living like this. There's a way out, and the answer is contained in Madame Lanzette's discreet little book, How to Overcome the Superfluous Hair Problem. Order your copy now, before your husband files for divorce and you end up having to support yourself by taking a job as the bearded lady in a circus sideshow. That's a message from our sponsor, Madame Annette Lanzette.
And now, back to the show.
And we're back. And why don't we take a look into FDR's personal life at this time? In June 1941, Missy LeHand suffered a stroke that left her partially paralyzed, and she moved out of the White House. Her absence left a void in FDR's life that was never filled. He revised his will to stipulate that half the income of his estate be devoted to Missy's medical care while she lived, before reverting to Eleanor upon Missy's death. FDR told his son James, quote, "I owed her that much. She served me so well for so long and asked for so little in return." When Missy died in 1944 after another stroke, James suggested his father change the will, but FDR noted Missy's death rendered her part of the will void, and he declined to change it, simply so people wouldn't see it when he died, saying, quote, "If it embarrasses Mother, I'm sorry. It shouldn't, but it may." In 1941, around the time of Missy's stroke, the husband of the now married Lucy Mercer Rutherford also suffered a stroke. FDR had occasionally spoken with her on the phone, and they sometimes spoke French, so others couldn't eavesdrop on their conversations. In 1941, she visited the White House, supposedly to ask for FDR's help in securing medical care for her husband. The White House log listed her as Mrs. Johnson, and she met with FDR for 2 hours. They continued to see each other more often after Lucy's husband died in 1944. The White House staff concealed her visits from Eleanor, who did not learn until after FDR's death that the two had rekindled their friendship. In September 1941, Sarah Delano Roosevelt died at the age of 86, with FDR at her bedside. While sorting through her things at Hyde Park, FDR came across bundles of items she had saved from his childhood. He told his secretary, Grace Tully, that he would like to be alone, and began to weep.
Wow. FDR has a lot going on in his life.
Indeed he
personally and professionally. Which brings us back to World War II.
Yes.
Britain had won the Battle of Britain and forced Hitler to cancel his planned invasion of the British Isles. However, the European war expanded as Germany invaded the Balkans. Both Germany and Italy invaded Greece and North Africa, and Britain struggled to maintain control of the Mediterranean and the Middle East. In December 1940, Churchill sent another plea for American aid, noting that Britain was running out of money to pay cash for war materials. The Neutrality Act still prohibited the U.S. from selling war materials on credit, and FDR was well aware that American allies had been unable to repay the massive debts they accumulated for American aid during the First World War. saying in a fireside chat that the U.S. would become, quote, the great arsenal of democracy. FDR offered a proposal that would become known as Lend-Lease. He said he wanted to eliminate the dollar sign from the equation and lend war materials to allies with the understanding that they would be returned after the war, quote, thereby leaving out the dollar debt and substituting for it a gentleman's obligation to repay in kind. This meant the U.S. government would initially foot the bill with only a vague prospect of ever being repaid. When the Lend-Lease bill came before Congress in January 1941, isolationist Senator Hiram Johnson said, quote, this bill is war. Robert Taft quipped, quote, lending war equipment is a good deal like lending chewing gum. You certainly don't want it back.
Wow.
Wendell Willkie, after his election loss, nevertheless testified before Congress in favor of the bill, helping to garner Republican support. After the election, Willkie had a cordial meeting with FDR, who sent him on a goodwill mission to Britain and would later send him on many other foreign missions. Congress passed the Lend-Lease bill in March 1941 and immediately appropriated $7 billion to fund supplies for Britain. FDR said, quote, this decision is the end of any attempts at appeasement, the end of urging us to get along with dictators, the end of compromise with tyranny and the forces of oppression. Throughout the course of the war, the U.S. would provide $50 billion in war material to its allies under the Lend-Lease program, including $31 billion to Britain, $11 billion to the Soviet Union, $3 billion to France, $1.6 billion to China. The U.S. received approximately $8 billion in quote-unquote reverse Lend-Lease supplies from its allies, but after the war, the U.S. was not repaid for its aid and virtually no war materials were returned.
And now, why not we take a look at the Soviet Union? Prishutziba. On June 22, 1941, Hitler violated his non-aggression pact with Stalin by launching an all-out invasion on the Soviet Union.
Wow. If you
Churchill,
can't trust Hitler, who can
you trust? That's it. Churchill immediately embraced the Soviet Union, saying, quote, any man or state who fights on against Nazism will have our aid. FDR was a little more hesitant, as siding with the oppressive Stalinist regime would complicate his efforts to portray the war as a noble battle for democracy against dictatorship. Robert Taft said, quote, the victory of communism would be far more dangerous to the United States than a victory of fascism. Senator Harry Truman said, quote, Stalin is as bloody-handed as Hitler. If we see that Germany is winning, we ought to help Russia. If we see Russia is winning, we ought to help Germany. Let them kill as many as possible. Wow. FDR initially said the U.S. had sympathy with anyone who opposed Hitler, though he avoided mentioning the Soviet Union. He sent Harry Hopkins to meet with Stalin and ultimately made the Soviet Union eligible for aid under the Lend-Lease Act by declaring its defense, quote, vital to the defense of the United States. And it seems like a good time to move from the Soviet Union over to Japan. Domarigato gozaimasu.
That's right. This is a worldwide war, many theaters, a lot going on. Japan had now become bogged down in China, but it was increasingly more aggressive throughout East Asia, expanding its own quote-unquote Monroe Doctrine when it announced a Pan-Asian Union called the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere. Not as snappy a name as Monroe Doctrine, but pretty ominous.
Indeed.
When the U.S. commercial treaty with Japan expired in January 1940, FDR had declined to renew it. Later in 1940, without specifically mentioning Japan, FDR added aviation fuel, steel, and scrap iron to a list of restricted exports, thus preventing Japan from obtaining these American products, with Japanese diplomats complaining the move was, quote, tantamount to an embargo. In September 1940, Japan entered into an alliance with Germany and Italy. In July 1941, Japan invaded French Indochina, which included Cambodia, Laos, and Vietnam. Japan claimed unrest in the region threatened its access to oil and other supplies, but when FDR offered to guarantee the supplies if Japan withdrew from Indochina, it refused. Japan was now poised to threaten British and Dutch possessions in the South Pacific, along with the U.S.-held Philippines. On July 26, 1941, FDR signed an executive order freezing Japanese assets in the United States and cutting off trade. He also named General Douglas MacArthur to command U.S. forces in the Philippines.
That's it. And that's going to bring us to the Atlantic Conference, August 1941. Churchill and his top military commanders made a risky trip across the German U-boat-infested Atlantic for a secret meeting with FDR and U.S. military brass. The conference took place in Newfoundland, Canada, at one of the bases recently acquired by the U.S. in the destroyers deal. FDR instantly liked Churchill, and Churchill later wrote, quote, "I formed a very strong affection, which grew with our years of comradeship. We talked of nothing but business, and reached a great measure of agreement on many points, both large and small." Churchill urged FDR to seek a declaration of war against Germany, but FDR declined to go that far. He offered $5 billion in additional Lend-Lease aid and agreed to provide armed escorts for vessels carrying American aid as far as Iceland. Churchill later told his cabinet that FDR said, quote, "He would become more and more provocative, and if the Germans did not like it, they could attack the American forces." FDR and Churchill also agreed that, in the event of a Pacific War, they would pursue a quote-unquote Hitler First strategy. After the conference, the two nations issued the Atlantic Charter, a joint declaration of principles in which they disclaimed seeking territorial gains and supported self-determination, free trade, global economic cooperation, freedom of the seas, and post-war disarmament.
Well, things are heating up. In September 1941, a German U-boat fired torpedoes at an American warship, the USS Greer, off the coast of Greenland, but the torpedoes missed. In a fireside chat, FDR called the incident an act of piracy and announced a shoot-on-sight policy, saying, quote, "Let this warning be clear. From now on, if German or Italian vessels of war enter the waters, the protection of which is necessary for American defense, they do so at their own peril. The sole responsibility rests upon Germany. There will be no shooting unless Germany continues to seek it." On October 17th, German U-boats attacked a U.S.-escorted Lend-Lease convoy. The USS Kearney responded by firing depth charges, and the U-boats torpedoed the Kearney, killing 11 American sailors. FDR declared, quote, "The shooting has started, and history has recorded who fired the first shot. America has been attacked. The USS Kearney is not just a Navy ship. She belongs to every man, woman, and child in this nation." On October 31st, German U-boats sunk the USS Reuben James, killing 100 sailors. These incidents did not, however, spark a major public outcry for war. In November, Congress barely passed FDR's request to repeal the Neutrality Act provisions which barred American ships from entering belligerent ports and banned the arming of merchant vessels. Back in August, a bill providing an 18-month extension of enlistments for draftees had passed by a single vote in the House.
Wow. Well, it looks like we could be on the road to war. In keeping with the planned Hitler First strategy, FDR hoped to alleviate tensions with Japan, telling advisor, quote, "It is terribly important for the control of the Atlantic for us to keep peace in the Pacific. I simply have not got enough Navy to go around." The Japanese ambassador to the U.S., who genuinely desired peace, had frequent meetings with Secretary of State Cordell Hull, but the ambassador was out of step with Japan's increasingly militarist government. FDR declined to have a personal meeting with Japan's peace-seeking prime minister because the prime minister could not make commitments that Japan would cease its aggressive behavior. After surviving an assassination attempt, the prime minister resigned on October 16, 1941. Sorry. He resigned years ago. What's he doing? After surviving an assassination attempt, the Prime Minister resigned on October 16, 1941, and was replaced by the War Minister, General Hideki Tojo. FDR hoped to draw out talks with Japan as long as he could, but each side took a position unacceptable to the other. The U.S. wanted Japan to withdraw from China, and Japan wanted the U.S. to acquiesce to Japanese hegemony over China and East Asia. That sounded like China, didn't it? The U.S. wanted Japan to withdraw from China, and Japan wanted the U.S. to acquiesce to Japanese hegemony over China and East Asia. Japan currently had naval superiority in the Pacific, but that advantage might disappear in the coming years as the U.S. naval buildup progressed. Also, the American decision to cut off trade left Japan desperate for other sources of oil, increasing fears that it would seize British and Dutch possessions in the South Pacific. The U.S. ambassador to Japan warned that economic pressure on Japan might drive it to war, and if war came, quote, it might come with dangerous and dramatic suddenness. In early November, Japan set a deadline of November 25th to reach a peace agreement, which sparked fears that an attack was planned. The deadline was extended to November 29th, but no agreement was reached. Japan proposed a 6-month cooling-off period during which the U.S. would lift its embargo, but the U.S. insisted that Japan withdraw from China and from its alliance with Germany and Italy. Stimson recorded FDR as saying, when the deadline passed, quote, "We were likely to be attacked, for the Japanese are notorious for making an attack without warning, and the question was what we should do. The question was how we should maneuver them into the position of firing the first shot without allowing too much danger to ourselves." Now, some have suggested FDR knew about the Pearl Harbor attack and let it happen. But the U.S. naval base at Pearl Harbor was so heavily fortified and so far from Japan that FDR and his military leaders never imagined that it could be attacked. They assumed Japan would attack the Philippines along with British and Dutch territories. The U.S. Army and Navy commanders at Pearl Harbor also assumed they could not be attacked and ignored warning signs to be on high alert.
Well, unbeknownst to the Americans, a Japanese task force comprised of 36 ships, including 6 aircraft carriers and 350 warplanes, had departed Japan on November 26th for the long journey to Hawaii. On the morning of December 7th, 1941, the Japanese launched a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor. In just over 2 hours, 18 U.S. warships, including 8 battleships, were sunk or seriously damaged, and more than 300 planes were destroyed or crippled. 2,400 American servicemen were killed, with another 1,200 wounded. It was the deadliest foreign attack against the U.S. in its history, later surpassed only by the September 11th, 2001 attack. 1,117 of the American deaths occurred when armor-piercing bombs hit the USS Arizona, detonating the ship's black powder magazine in a massive explosion, after which the Arizona sunk in less than 9 minutes. Luckily, the U.S. Pacific Fleet's 3 aircraft carriers were away from Pearl Harbor at the time. Japan lost only 29 planes, 5 midget submarines.
You can't say that.
That's the military term. Midgets, 5 little person submarines, and 129 men. At 1:40 p.m. Washington time, FDR was informed of the attack. He reacted with calm steadiness, but as a longtime Navy man, he was devastated that the Navy had been caught off guard. Churchill called FDR and asked, "Mr. President, what's this about Japan?" FDR said, "It's quite true. They attacked us at Pearl Harbor. We're all in the same boat now." Churchill replied, "That certainly simplifies things. God be with you." That evening, FDR met with the cabinet saying, quote,
"We're going to need a bigger boat."
"We're going to need a lot of boats." Now, he told the cabinet, "This is the most serious meeting of the cabinet that has taken place since 1861.
And indeed, it probably was. And that's going to lead us to the declaration of war. The very next day, FDR addressed a joint session of Congress saying, quote, "Yesterday, December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy, the United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan. The United States was at peace with that nation, and, at the solicitation of Japan, was still in conversation with its government and its emperor, looking toward the maintenance of peace in the Pacific. FDR noted that the attack was deliberate and premeditated, and that Japan had also launched attacks on the Philippines, Malaya, Hong Kong, Guam, Wake Island, and Midway Island. He continued, quote, "As Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy, I have directed that all measures be taken for our defense, but always will our whole nation remember the character of the onslaught against us. No matter how long it may take us to overcome this premeditated invasion, the American people, in their righteous might, will win through to absolute victory. I believe that I interpret the will of the Congress and of the people when I assert that we will not only defend ourselves to the uttermost, but will make it very certain that this form of treachery shall never again endanger us. Hostilities exist. There is no blinking at the fact that our people, our territory, and our interests are in grave danger. With confidence in our armed forces, with the unbounding determination of our people, we will gain the inevitable triumph. So help us God. I ask that the Congress declare that since the unprovoked and dastardly attack by Japan on Sunday, December 7th, 1941, a state of war has existed between the United States and the Japanese Empire." The Senate voted unanimously for a declaration of war against Japan, and the House concurred by a vote of 388 to 1. In a fireside chat the next day, FDR blamed Germany for inciting Japan to attack the U.S. On December 11th, Germany and Italy declared war on the United States. Later that day, FDR asked Congress for declarations of war against Germany and Italy, which both houses unanimously approved. Hitler immediately intensified the U-boat campaign against American vessels. U-boats were soon prowling the waters off the east coast of the U.S., where they sank over 400 vessels in the first 6 months of 1942.
Wow. We are now at war.
It's on.
On two fronts, and it's a big one. FDR agreed to Churchill's request for another meeting, and Churchill traveled to Washington, D.C., arriving on December 22nd and staying at the White House for 3.5 weeks. In addition to planning the war, the two leaders continued to build their personal relationship, with Churchill writing to an advisor, quote, "We live here as a big family in the greatest intimacy and informality." One morning, FDR entered Churchill's bedroom just as the Prime Minister emerged from his bathroom totally naked. FDR apologized and turned to leave, but Churchill said, quote, "The Prime Minister of Great Britain has nothing to conceal from the President of the United States." Churchill,
I don't think it went down like that.
Churchill undoubtedly bathing with lifebuoy health soap.
Indeed.
To ensure that BO doesn't prevent his efforts to gain American aid.
Right.
On December 26th, Churchill spoke before a joint session of Congress, and his nationally broadcast remarks were very well received. Working with their top military leaders, FDR and Churchill agreed to an extraordinary level of cooperation. The two militaries established a combined chiefs of staff with its headquarters in Washington, and they agreed that each theater would have a single supreme commander. They reaffirmed the Hitler First strategy and agreed to remain on the defensive in the Pacific. FDR agreed to Churchill's plan for an Anglo-American invasion of North Africa, where Nazi General Erwin Rommel's Afrika Korps had invaded Libya and pushed the British back to Egypt. FDR suggested that the Allied coalition be called, quote, the United Nations. The Anglo-Americans also prevailed on the Russians and Chinese to sign on to the Atlantic Charter as a declaration of war aims, with the signatories promising, quote, to defend life, liberty, independence, and religious freedom, and to preserve human rights and justice in their own lands as well as in other lands. All of the Allied nations would make these pledges, which would form a basis of the post-war establishment of the United Nations. The Allies also promised not to make a separate peace with the Axis powers.
That's it. And let's take a little gander at U.S. military command. FDR is particularly effective in his choice of military commanders. Unlike the revolving door of generals who served Lincoln in the Civil War, FDR generally got it right the first time across the board. He chose George C. Marshall as Army Chief of Staff, Admiral Ernest King as Chief of Naval Operations, General Henry Hap Arnold as Chief of the Army Air Forces — the Air Force was not yet a separate branch of the military — and Admiral William Leahy as Chairman of the Joint Chiefs and the President's personal military advisor. All four served with distinction throughout the entire war. FDR also reassigned the Navy Pacific Fleet commander who had been caught off guard at Pearl Harbor and replaced him with Admiral Chester Nimitz. FDR had already named General MacArthur to command the Army's Pacific Theater, and he soon named General Dwight Eisenhower to command the European Theater, where he would become Supreme Allied Commander of all Allied forces. That might be a name to remember.
Indeed.
Unlike Hitler, FDR did not attempt to micromanage military operations, but generally deferred to his talented commanders.
Good call on his part.
That's right.
FDR announced ambitious goals for the production of tanks, planes, and warships. He declared factories would operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, saying, quote, "Only this all-out scale of production will hasten the ultimate all-out victory." He also emphasized the huge cost of the war effort and called upon Americans to sacrifice, saying, quote, "That means taxes and bonds and taxes. It means cutting luxuries and other non-essentials. In a word, it means an all-out war by individual effort and family effort in a unified country." In October 1942, at FDR's request, Congress passed the Revenue Act of 1942, which raised corporate and individual income taxes, especially on the rich, with a top marginal income tax rate of 88%. The act also included the victory tax, an additional 5% tax on all incomes above $600, with tax credits for some of the money to be returned after the war was won. Congress also authorized the president to set price controls, and FDR created the Office of Economic Stabilization, which was tasked with implementing, quote, "a comprehensive national economic policy relating to the control of civilian purchasing power, prices, rents, wages, salaries, profits, rationing, subsidies, and all related matters." In a fireside chat, FDR said that while some of us were fighting in uniform, quote, "all of us can have that deep and permanent inner satisfaction that comes from doing the best we know how, each of us playing an honorable part in the great struggle to save our democratic civilization." American industrial war production eventually left all other nations in the dust and would turn the tide of the war in the Allies' favor. During the war, the U.S. produced 300,000 warplanes, 88,000 tanks, 5,800 ships, 2.4 million trucks, and 40 billion rounds of ammunition. In 1944, the U.S. produced more planes than Germany, Japan, Britain, and the Soviet Union combined. A German officer would later recall, quote, "The Americans kept sending tanks down the road. We kept knocking them out. Every time they sent a tank, we knocked it out. Finally, we ran out of ammunition, and they didn't run out of tanks."
Wow. Well, that's going to bring us to FDR, Kaiju Daikasen. In early 1942, the Japanese launched successful offensives throughout the South Pacific, and the United States, which had seriously underestimated Japan before Pearl Harbor, was seized by fears of a Japanese invasion of the American West Coast. The racism-tinged Yellow Peril scare was fueled by the January 1942 report of a commission investigating the Pearl Harbor debacle, which stated, without citing evidence, that the attack had been aided by espionage agents in Hawaii, including American citizens of Japanese descent. California's congressional delegation and California Attorney General Earl Warren, the future Chief Justice who was number 2 on our top 5 most influential Supreme Court justices, began advocating for removal of Japanese Americans from the West Coast. The military, caught off guard at Pearl Harbor, was afraid to discount unsubstantiated reports of espionage. Walter Lippmann, the prominent liberal journalist, argued that the entire West Coast was a potential battlefield, quote, in imminent danger of a combined attack from within and without. Nobody's constitutional rights include the right to reside and do business on a battlefield. Attorney General Francis Biddle and FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover believed the fears were unfounded, but Army General John DeWitt, in command of the West Coast, requested authority to remove the Japanese, including American citizens. War Secretary Henry Stimson privately worried that a purely race-based policy, quote, will make a tremendous hole in our constitutional system, but he deferred the decision to the president. FDR didn't think too deeply about it and was unwilling to oppose anything that was considered a military necessity. He told Assistant Secretary of Defense John McCloy, quote, there will probably be some repercussions, but it has got to be dictated by military necessity. Be as reasonable as you can. McCloy and DeWitt maintained that it was a military necessity, and on February 19, 1942, FDR signed an executive order that did not explicitly mention the Japanese, but stated, quote, the successful prosecution of the war requires every possible protection against espionage and against sabotage, and authorized the War Secretary, quote, to prescribe military areas in such places and of such extent as he or the appropriate military commanders may determine, from which any or all persons may be excluded.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty intense.
In March, Congress unanimously enacted legislation endorsing the policy. 120,000 individuals of Japanese descent, 2/3 of whom were U.S. citizens born in the United States, were forcibly removed to internment camps in the interior western states.
That's right. George Takei of Star Trek fame, Mr. Sulu, was a child at this time, and his family was in an internment camp. I would encourage our listeners to look up his story.
Wow. They had to sell many of their possessions off at fire sale prices. They suffered an estimated $400 million in property losses. During the war, the U.S. also detained approximately 2,000 Italian and 11,000 German immigrants, though few were U.S. citizens. Attorney General Biddle later wrote of FDR's decision, quote, I do not think he was much concerned with the gravity or the implications of this step. He was never theoretical about things. What must be done to defend the country must be done. The military might be wrong, but they were fighting the war. Nor do I think the constitutional difficulty plagued him. The Constitution has never greatly bothered any wartime president. In December 1944, in the case of Korematsu v. United States, the Supreme Court upheld the policy by affirming the conviction of a Japanese-American citizen who refused to comply with the exclusion order. The opinion by Justice Hugo Black stated, quote, we are not unmindful of the hardships imposed upon a large group of American citizens, but hardships are a part of war, and war is an aggregation of hardships. The same day, the Supreme Court decided a companion case, Ex parte Endo, in which it held that the government could not detain a, quote, conceitedly loyal citizen. In December 1944, FDR rescinded the internment orders, the camps began closing, and Japanese Americans were allowed to return to the West Coast. After the war, the U.S. paid $37 million in reparations. In 1988, Congress passed and President Reagan signed an act formally apologizing and offering an additional $20,000 in reparations to each surviving detainee. In 1998, President Clinton awarded Fred Korematsu the Presidential Medal of Freedom. In 2018, the Supreme Court formally repudiated the Korematsu decision, saying, quote, the forcible relocation of U.S. citizens to concentration camps solely and explicitly on the basis of race is objectively unlawful and outside the scope of presidential authority.
Indeed. Well, it took a little bit of time, but tried to make up for something disgusting. That's going to bring us to the Pacific Theater. In February 1942, the Japanese invasion of British-held Malaya culminated with the capture of Singapore, a defeat Churchill described as, quote, the greatest disaster in our history. The Japanese soon overran the Dutch East Indies and the U.S.-held Philippines. Heavily outnumbered, General MacArthur was forced to abandon Manila and withdraw to the Philippine island of Corregidor. Unable to send reinforcements in time, FDR ordered MacArthur to evacuate to Australia. On his way out, MacArthur famously declared, quote, I shall return. The U.S. suffered heavy casualties, and thousands of Americans and Allied Filipinos were captured. The POWs were subjected to brutal treatment, including the notorious Bataan Death March, a 65-mile forced march during which thousands died. In April, the U.S. struck back when Lieutenant Colonel James Doolittle became the first to propose launching heavy bombers from aircraft carriers. A squadron of B-25s, modified to carry extra fuel, took off 700 miles from Japan and successfully bombed oil refineries and military targets in Tokyo. Without enough fuel to return, the B-25 crews bailed out over China. Several were captured and executed by the Japanese, but 71 out of 80 men survived. The Doolittle raid had a great psychological impact, and during a press conference, FDR joked that the bombers, quote, came from our new secret base at Shangri-La. Critically, by this point, American intelligence had cracked Japanese naval communications codes. In May, the U.S. Navy intercepted a Japanese battle fleet off the coast of New Guinea. The ensuing Battle of the Coral Sea, fought between carrier-based aircraft, was a draw in which both sides lost an aircraft carrier, but the engagement halted the Japanese advance toward Australia. Japanese Admiral Yamamoto, the mastermind behind Pearl Harbor, devised a plan to attack U.S.-held Midway Island, a stepping stone to Hawaii, as a means of drawing out the U.S. fleet so it could be destroyed. However, Admiral Nimitz became aware of the plan through intercepted communications and was ready to meet the Japanese. At the Battle of Midway, on June 4th through June 7th, 1942, the U.S. Navy won a stunning victory, destroying 4 Japanese aircraft carriers, 2 heavy cruisers, 2 destroyers, 250 aircraft, and killing 3,000 men. The U.S. lost 1 carrier, 1 destroyer, 150 planes, and 300 men. Japan's naval superiority was instantly wiped out, and Japan was placed permanently on the defensive. With U.S. ship production ramping up, U.S. naval superiority would only continue to grow. Midway ranks as one of the most decisive battles in the entire history of naval warfare. In its aftermath, Admiral King planned on a South Pacific offensive, which FDR approved. The offensive began in August 1942 at the island of Guadalcanal, with the U.S. prevailing after a bloody 6-month campaign in which both sides suffered high casualties. Approximately 7,100 Americans and 25,000 Japanese were killed.
Wow. Let's see how things are going on the Western Front. Well, the Soviet Union is locked in a deadly struggle with the Nazis, and it is desperate for its allies to open up a second front against Hitler.
Oh, so all not quiet on the Western Front.
Nope, pretty loud. In May 1942, the Soviet Foreign Minister Vyacheslav Molotov secretly visited the White House to plead for action. FDR warned that preparing a second front would reduce the amount of aid the U.S. could send to Russia, but Molotov preferred a second front. After the meeting, the U.S. and the Soviet Union issued a joint statement saying, quote, a full understanding was reached with regard to the urgent tasks of creating a second front in Europe in 1942. Churchill believed the Allies were not ready for an amphibious invasion of Nazi-held France, and that a failed attempt would demoralize the Allies and energize the Germans. Churchill met with FDR at Hyde Park, and he challenged the U.S. military to propose a realistic plan. He convinced FDR that it was too soon to invade France, and FDR agreed to prioritize the invasion of North Africa. When Churchill broke the news to Stalin at a meeting in Moscow, Stalin said he regretted the decision, but saw the advantages of a North African campaign. In October, British General Bernard Montgomery defeated Rommel in the decisive Battle of El Alamein in Egypt. In November, under Supreme Commander Dwight Eisenhower, Operation Torch began with a massive Anglo-American invasion of French-held Morocco and Algeria. After France's surrender, Hitler had allowed a French rump government with its capital at Vichy to govern southern France and the French Overseas Empire. Vichy French forces in North Africa quickly surrendered and joined the Allies. Germany occupied Vichy France in an attempt to take control of the French Mediterranean fleet, but most of the ships were scuttled by their crews to prevent their falling into Nazi hands. Allied forces clashed with German and Italian armies in Tunisia and were defeated by Axis forces under Rommel at the Battle of Kasserine Pass in February 1943. However, by March, Montgomery's forces had advanced from the east, catching the Axis army in a pincer. Rommel returned to Germany, and in May, the Axis army surrendered, with the Allies taking 275,000 prisoners. Italy lost its colonies in Ethiopia, Eritrea, and Somaliland, and the Allied victory opened the door for an invasion of Italy.
While all this is going on, you have the 1942 midterm elections. In November there, Republicans are going to gain 9 Senate seats and 47 House seats, reducing the Democrats' large majorities to a modest Senate majority and a razor-thin House majority. Also in January of 1943, FDR is going to become the first sitting president to fly on an airplane and the first president to cross an ocean during wartime, when he flies to Casablanca, Morocco, for a conference with Churchill. FDR had personally urged Stalin to attend, but Stalin said he could not leave Russia, as the Red Army was nearing victory over the Nazis in the critical Battle of Stalingrad. The Anglo-Americans agreed they would not be ready to invade France in 1943 and set their sights instead on 1944. They agreed to invade Italy in 1943 and to continue the island-hopping campaign against Japan, with FDR successfully pressing Churchill to devote more resources to the Pacific. They also agreed to demand unconditional surrender from the Axis powers. FDR surprised Churchill by unexpectedly announcing the unconditional surrender policy at a press conference, during which he recalled U.S. Grant's nickname, Unconditional Surrender Grant. FDR believed the policy would boost Stalin's confidence and demoralize the Axis powers. He also sought to avoid the post-World War I scenario, in which the rising Nazi movement claimed Germany could have won if only its government had not betrayed the German people by seeking an armistice. Additionally, FDR arranged a reluctant handshake photo-op between Charles de Gaulle and Henry Giraud, rivals for leadership of Free France. The two became co-presidents of the French Committee for National Liberation until de Gaulle consolidated French support and forced Giraud into retirement in 1944. FDR had supported Giraud to counterbalance the British support of de Gaulle, as he believed de Gaulle and Churchill were united in seeking to preserve their nation's colonial empires after the war. FDR wanted to nudge his allies towards offering self-determination to their colonies, as he believed the imperial powers siphoned wealth from the colonies and left them unable to thrive. Churchill was particularly sensitive about India, as the large Indian army was a crucial facet of British military might. In 1942, an Indian independence movement sought to withhold wartime support from Britain, and FDR suggested to Churchill that the British offer to put India on a path to independence. Churchill demurred, and the British instead arrested independence leaders, including Mahatma Gandhi. But FDR would continue to needle his allies on the subject of self-determination. At another conference in Washington in May 1943, FDR and Churchill agreed to schedule the invasion of France, codenamed Overlord, for May 1st, 1944.
Well, in the meantime, German U-boats continued to sink hundreds of Allied supply ships in the North Atlantic and were causing serious damage to the Allied war effort. Attempts to combat the U-boat menace were largely unsuccessful until March 1943, when FDR reassigned a squadron of long-range B-24 bombers from the Pacific to the Atlantic. The bombers, which could stay in the air for 18 hours, began sinking large numbers of U-boats. Within a few months, the German Navy withdrew from the North Atlantic to avoid the total destruction of its U-boat fleet, and Allied supply convoys were able to reach their destinations unmolested. Also in 1943, U.S. Air Forces based in Britain began participating alongside the Royal Air Force in large-scale strategic bombing of Germany, which devastated its industrial war production, its economy, and its morale. In July 1943, just as the Soviet Union launched counteroffensives against the Nazis in Russia, the Anglo-Americans invaded Sicily, successfully landing almost 500,000 troops in 2 days. Within 2 weeks, American forces under General George C. Patton captured the Sicilian capital of Palermo. The Allied success sparked a crisis in the Italian government. Italy's king, Victor Emmanuel III, organized support to force Mussolini to resign and then had him arrested. The Italian government began secret negotiations with the Anglo-Americans to see if they would accept terms short of unconditional surrender. FDR and Churchill were eager to turn the Italians against the Germans and indicated Italy's treatment would depend on how much it helped. On September 3rd, Italy signed an armistice, switched sides, and declared war on Germany. It surrendered its navy and air force to the Allies and agreed to surrender all of its territory. However, Hitler took advantage of the weeks-long negotiations and rushed German troops into Italy, occupying northern Italy down to Rome and reinstalling Mussolini in power. As soon as the armistice was signed, Allied forces invaded mainland Italy from the south. The two sides engaged in heavy fighting throughout the remainder of the year, and the Germans held on to strong defensive positions south of Rome.
Well, let's take a look over at the Pacific Theater in 1943. After winning the battle for Guadalcanal, the Allies launched successful invasion of the Aleutian Islands, the Gilbert Islands, and the Marshall Islands. They also launched a campaign of island hopping and bomber raids that successfully cut off and neutralized the critical Japanese naval and air base at Rabaul, New Guinea. Now, meanwhile, there's something going on behind the scenes.
Yep.
A little thing called the Manhattan Project. In August 1943, FDR and Churchill are going to meet again, this time in Quebec, where they continued planning for the Overlord campaign. They also signed a secret agreement to combine their respective efforts to build a nuclear weapon. In 1939, after German scientists discovered nuclear fission by splitting the uranium atom, Albert Einstein wrote a letter to FDR advising that, quote, extremely powerful bombs of a new type could be possible, and warning the Germans were likely already working on developing them. FDR ordered an advisory committee to explore the concept. In October 1941, Vannevar Bush, FDR's top science advisor, recommended the U.S. expedite the project. FDR didn't act on the recommendation until after Pearl Harbor, when he gave it the go-ahead. General Leslie Groves of the Army Corps of Engineers and renowned physicist Robert Oppenheimer were put in charge of the Manhattan Project. Congressional leaders agreed to conceal the project's funding in the defense budget, almost $2 billion by the war's end. The British had been working independently on their own nuclear bomb project. At their Hyde Park meeting in June 1942, FDR and Churchill informally agreed to work together, but the American scientists were reluctant to share their secrets, so the cooperation was formalized with the 1943 Quebec Agreement. The leaders agreed to combine their efforts, keep them secret, share the results, and not use the weapon on anyone without the mutual consent of both countries. British scientists joined the American project, which plowed full speed ahead to develop a nuclear bomb before the Nazis. Unbeknownst to the Allies, the Nazis had abandoned their nuclear project in late 1942, deeming it too expensive and speculative, with Hitler dismissing nuclear science as, quote, Jewish physics. The Manhattan Project would successfully conduct the first nuclear bomb test in July 1945, 2 months after FDR's death. Spoiler alert.
Yep. In late 1943, FDR sent a message to Congress requesting federal support for veterans returning home after the war. He sought funds for college education and vocational training, saying, quote, "Lack of money should not prevent any veteran of this war from equipping himself for the most useful employment for which his aptitudes and willingness qualify him. I believe the nation is morally obligated to provide this training and education and the necessary financial assistance by which they can be secured." In June 1944, Congress unanimously passed the GI Bill of Rights, which provided not only education and training but also unemployment insurance, loan guarantees to buy homes or start businesses, and other benefits. Out of 16 million veterans, more than half would take advantage of the educational benefits after the war. Before the war, few who were not wealthy could obtain a college education, but in the years following the GI Bill, veterans made up almost half of all college students. One historian remarked that it helped propel, quote, "an entire generation along an ascending curve of achievement and affluence that their parents could not have dreamed of."
Pretty wild.
In October 1943, Secretary of State Cordell Hull attended a conference in Moscow with the foreign ministers of Britain, China, and the Soviet Union. Together they signed a declaration stating, quote, "the necessity of establishing at the earliest practicable date a general international organization based upon the principle of the sovereign equality of all peace-loving states and open to membership by all such states, large and small, for the maintenance of international peace and security." At FDR's instigation, the Senate approved a resolution by a vote of 85 to 5 endorsing the proposal. The resolution laid the groundwork for the establishment of the United Nations after the war. Where Woodrow Wilson had failed to win American support for the League of Nations, FDR succeeded with the United Nations, in part by framing it as the perpetuation of the war-winning alliance, which he himself had dubbed the United Nations.
That's just it. And that's going to bring us to the Tehran Conference. In November 1943, Stalin finally agreed to a personal meeting with FDR and Churchill to take place in Tehran, Iran. Before the Tehran Conference, FDR and Churchill met in Cairo, Egypt, where they conferred with Chiang Kai-shek, leader of Chinese nationalists. They confirmed China's place as one of the Big Four alongside the U.S., Britain, and the Soviet Union. FDR hoped China could play a major role in the post-war order as a counterweight to Russia and Japan. However, China was riven by internal divisions, and Chiang Kai-shek's power was hamstrung by his rival Mao Zedong, leader of the Chinese Communist movement. For the time being, the Allies just wanted China to stay in the fight and keep Japan occupied. In Tehran, FDR sought, above all, to establish a personal relationship with Stalin. He found Stalin impressive, intelligent, savvy, and possessing, quote, "an elegance of manner that none of the rest of us had." The leaders discussed post-war plans, including the possible dismemberment of Germany into multiple parts. Stalin wanted Poland to become a buffer state between Russia and Germany, while Churchill wanted the Allies to recognize the Polish government in exile that currently resided in London. Because the British had initially gone to war to vindicate Polish sovereignty, Churchill was unwilling to acquiesce in Poland becoming a Soviet puppet state. FDR privately told Stalin that he might be flexible on Soviet influence in Poland and the Baltic, but he did not want to take a public stand that could alienate Polish-American and Baltic-American voters before the 1944 elections. Stalin agreed that the Soviet Union would declare war on Japan after Germany was defeated. Stalin especially pressed the Anglo-Americans on the planned invasion of France. Churchill suggested various other operations around the Mediterranean, and Stalin asked, quote, "Do the British really believe in Overlord, or are they only saying so to make us feel better?" FDR agreed with Stalin that Overlord was the top priority, and nothing else could be allowed to detract from it. Henry Stimson said afterward, quote, "I thank the Lord that Stalin was there. He saved the day. He was direct and strong, and he brushed away the diversionary attempts of the Prime Minister with a vigor which rejoiced my soul." Stalin was disappointed that FDR had not yet chosen a general to command the Overlord campaign, and he promised to do so within a week. The Anglo-Americans reaffirmed their plan to invade France in May 1944, and Stalin promised a simultaneous Soviet offensive on the Eastern Front. On the conference's final day, FDR worried that he had not yet made a personal connection with Stalin. He said to Churchill, quote, "I hope you won't be sore at me for what I'm going to do." FDR then talked with Stalin and began making fun of Churchill, saying, quote, Winston is cranky this morning. He got up on the wrong side of the bed. He continued to make fun of Churchill's Britishness and personal habits until Stalin broke out laughing, and FDR felt he had finally made a personal connection.
Nice. Well, to satisfy Stalin, FDR had to take action in choosing a commander for Overlord. George Marshall seemed the natural choice, and FDR believed Marshall deserved it. Knowing that so-called desk generals were rarely remembered, FDR said, quote, "That is one of the reasons I want George to have the big command. He is entitled to establish his place in history as a great general." But retired General John Pershing, the top American commander during World War I, advised FDR that transferring Marshall, quote, "would be a fundamental and very grave error in our military policy." He advised that the Army's best general should serve in Washington as Chief of Staff, and that was Marshall. The Joint Chiefs agreed with Pershing. FDR eventually agreed as well, but he agonized over breaking the news to Marshall. Marshall could tell FDR was struggling with the decision and privately asked Harry Hopkins to tell FDR that Marshall was fine with whatever he decided and that he shouldn't worry about Marshall's personal feelings. FDR told Marshall, quote, "Then it will be Eisenhower. I don't think I could sleep at night if you were out of Washington." So, Dwight Eisenhower, going to command Overlord, and the Americans agree that a British general would replace Eisenhower as Supreme Commander of the Mediterranean Theater.
Well, let's move over to a lighter note, shall we? Just kidding. It's the Holocaust. In early 1942, the Nazis began implementing the final solution, a plan to eliminate the Jews through mass extermination. By the summer of 1942, reports of death camps began to emerge, and FDR informed the American people in a statement saying, quote, "The Nazis will not succeed in exterminating their victims any more than they will succeed in enslaving mankind. The American people not only sympathize with all victims of Nazi crimes, but will hold the perpetrators of these crimes to strict accountability in a day of reckoning which will surely come." By the end of 1942, FDR was told 2 million Jews had been killed. He approved a statement on behalf of the Allied powers condemning the mass executions and vowing that, quote, "those responsible for these crimes shall not escape retribution." FDR didn't know what to do about the situation other than win the war as quickly as possible. The Immigration Act of 1924 prevented him from accepting increased Jewish immigrants, and Congress would not consider revising it. The State Department lacked interest in the issue, as many of its career officers harbored a snobby, waspish anti-Semitism. In January 1944, Henry Morgenthau, the Jewish American Treasury Secretary, suggested that a special board reporting directly to the president deal with the matter. I almost said a special broad. FDR would have been like, okay.
Yeah.
FDR agreed and created the War Refugee Board by an executive order, which stated, quote, "It is the policy of this government to take all measures within its power to rescue victims of enemy oppression in imminent danger of death." When the Nazis occupied Hungary in March 1944 and began rounding up its 70,000 Jews, the War Refugee Board supplied money to help Jews escape. It also airdropped leaflets in Nazi territory warning of war crimes prosecutions and prompted a Catholic cardinal to broadcast a speech reminding Hungarian Catholics that Jewish persecution violated Catholic doctrine. FDR issued another statement, quote, "In one of the blackest crimes in all history, begun by the Nazis in the day of peace and multiplied them by 100 times in time of war, the wholesale systematic murder of the Jews of Europe goes on unabated every hour. All who share the guilt will share the punishment. I ask every German and every man everywhere under Nazi domination to show the world by his action that in his heart he does not share these insane criminal desires. Let him hide these pursued victims, help them get over their borders, and do what he can to save them from the Nazi hangman. I also ask him to keep watch and to record the evidence that will one day convict the guilty."
A dark chapter.
Indeed.
In human history. Well, in Italy, the Allies launched 4 major offensives against German lines in the winter and spring of 1944. Both sides suffered high casualties, but the Allies prevailed in the bloody battles of Anzio and Monte Cassino. The Allies captured Rome on June 4th and began advancing into northern Italy. Meanwhile, on June 6, 1944, D-Day, the Allied invasion of Normandy began. It consisted of 3 million men, 12,000 planes, and the biggest naval fleet ever assembled. In the largest amphibious invasion in history, the Allies landed 600,000 men in 2 days and established a beachhead in France. FDR said in a fireside chat, quote, "Germany has her back against the wall. We are on the offensive all over the world, bringing the attack to our enemies." In early August, a German counterattack failed, and the Allied advance liberated Paris on August 25th. The Allies also launched an invasion of southern France from the Mediterranean, while the Soviet Union stepped up attacks on the Eastern Front.
Well, meanwhile, back home across the pond, it's a presidential election year, 1944. On the first convention ballot, Republicans nominated New York Governor Thomas E. Dewey. At the Democratic convention, FDR was renominated on the first ballot. He had issued a statement saying that he did not wish to run, but, quote, "Reluctantly, as a good soldier, I will accept and serve in this office if I am ordered to do so by the Commander-in-Chief of us all, the sovereign people of the United States." FDR had soured on Vice President Henry Wallace after Wallace had an unseemly public tiff with the Commerce Secretary, and FDR was advised that Wallace was unpopular and would hurt the ticket with swing voters. As his new running mate, FDR wanted to choose James Burns, the former South Carolina senator who had resigned from the U.S. Supreme Court to head the Office of War Mobilization, a powerful position which FDR himself described as that of assistant president. But party chairman Edward Flynn advised FDR that Burns was an electoral liability because he was a Southern segregationist, a Catholic, and was despised by organized labor. Flynn recalled that he and FDR, quote, "went through every man in the Senate, and Truman was the only one who fitted." His record as head of the Senate Committee to investigate the National Defense Program was excellent. His labor votes in the Senate were good. On the other hand, he seemed to represent to some degree the conservatives in the party. He came from a border state, and he had never made any racial remarks. It was agreed that Truman was the man who would hurt the president the least. Party leaders recognized they might not just be choosing a vice president, but the next president, and Truman was widely respected. However, Truman said, quote, "Hell, I don't want to be president," and he agreed to serve only after FDR said he would endanger the Democratic Party and the war effort if he didn't accept. After a first convention ballot in which Wallace received many courtesy votes, Truman won on the second ballot. After Truman met with FDR in October, he told an aide, quote, "I am concerned about the president's health. I had no idea he was in such a feeble condition. There doesn't seem to be any mental lapse, but physically, he's just going to pieces."
Wow. So what's going on? FDR's health began to deteriorate in 1944. At age 62, he was tired more often, and he had shaky hands and dark circles around his eyes. In March 1944, after his daughter Anna grew concerned that his regular doctor, Navy physician Ross McIntyre, wasn't concerned, FDR was examined by a Navy cardiologist, Dr. Howard Brune. Brune reported to McIntyre, but not to FDR, that the president had alarmingly high blood pressure and diagnosed him with congestive heart failure. Brune recommended extensive treatment, including 2 weeks bed rest, but McIntyre protested that, quote, "the president can't take time off to go to bed. You can't simply say to him, do this or do that. This is the President of the United States." Brune continued to examine FDR regularly, but the doctors kept him in the dark about the extent of his own condition. He soon developed abdominal pains and was diagnosed with gallstones. The doctors put him on a low-fat diet, and he lost 15 pounds. After the doctors said he could return to his normal diet, he still ate little and continued to lose weight, developing a gaunt appearance. In July, he had a seizure, and in August, he suffered an attack of chest pains. FDR did not look well, and rumors circulated that he had serious health problems. McIntyre nevertheless told the press that FDR's health was, quote, very good, and that he had no problems.
Meanwhile, there's still a war on. Let's go over to the Pacific Theater in 1944. In July, FDR is going to travel to Pearl Harbor to meet with his Pacific commanders. While there, he tours the Naval Hospital and makes a special point of being wheeled through the amputee ward in his wheelchair so the troops who had lost legs could see his own disability. It was an extremely rare instance that he allowed his disability to be showcased in public, and the hospital tour deeply affected him. General MacArthur was annoyed to be called away from his headquarters in Australia for what he saw as a glorified election campaign stop. However, during strategic discussions, MacArthur won over FDR and the Joint Chiefs with his plan to prioritize the liberation of the Philippines. The Allies soon advanced against the Philippines, and the U.S. Navy decisively defeated the Japanese in the Battle of the Philippine Sea and the Battle of Leyte Gulf, destroying the bulk of the Japanese Navy and crippling its ability to operate outside Japan's home waters. On October 20th, MacArthur made good on his promised return to the Philippines when the Allied amphibious invasion began.
Well, with the war going well on the European and Pacific fronts, FDR's electoral chances looked strong. Dewey attacked him as a tired old man with tired old men in his cabinet, but Dewey's campaign struggled to gain traction. However, Dewey's criticisms energized FDR, who chose to combat rumors about his poor health by proving his vigor in a 6-week campaign tour. He managed to display a vigorous appearance and satisfied voters, and he earned laughs in one speech by saying, quote, "You know, I am actually 4 years older," which is a fact that seems to annoy some people. On Election Day, FDR won another decisive victory with 53.4% of the popular vote and 432 electoral votes against 99 for Dewey, who had slightly outperformed Wilkie's 1940 showing. Democrats gained 22 House seats and lost 1 seat in the Senate.
Well, that's going to bring us to a pretty pivotal battle in the war, the Battle of the Bulge. In December 1944, the Germans launched a massive counterattack in the Ardennes region, aiming to punch a hole in Allied lines. Despite heavy casualties, the Allies withstood the assault and struck back, inflicting losses the Germans could not replace and forcing them to retreat behind Germany's pre-war border. On the Eastern Front, the Soviets had pushed the Germans out of Poland and were advancing into Germany itself. Now, we're going back and forth here, but this is all happening at the same time. We got the inauguration. 1945. After the election, FDR's health is going to continue to deteriorate, and following a long cabinet meeting, Francis Perkins noted, quote, "He looked like an invalid who'd been allowed to see guests for the first time, and the guests had stayed too long." On January 20th, 1945, FDR gave a brief 500-word inaugural address. The New York Times wrote, quote, "The president appears in good shape to carry on his job." But journalist John Gunther, who attended the inauguration, later wrote, quote, "I felt certain he was going to die. All the light had gone out under the skin. It was like a parchment shade on a bulb that had been dimmed." Edith Wilson told Francis Perkins, quote, "He looks exactly as my husband did when he went into his decline."
Wow, that's not a good sign.
No, not a good sign, and he's about to embark on perhaps his most important mission as president yet.
Yep, he's still got a lot of important things to do. February 1945, FDR met with Churchill and Stalin in Yalta, part of the Soviet territory in the Crimean Peninsula. FDR's translator recalled, quote, "While his physical state was not up to normal, his mental and psychological state was certainly not affected. Our leader was ill, but he was effective." Admiral Leahy said that FDR's personality dominated the discussions. The Allies agreed that post-war Germany would remain under military occupation, with the Big Three and France each getting zones of occupation, they deferred the question of whether and how Germany would be dismembered. Stalin committed to declaring war on Japan within 3 months after Germany was defeated, with the Anglo-Americans agreeing Russia could reacquire certain territories it had lost during the Russo-Japanese War of 1904-5. The Allies also agreed on voting procedures for the proposed United Nations Security Council and planned an upcoming conference on the UN to be held in San Francisco. The Allies still disagreed over Poland, with Churchill seeking recognition of the Polish exile government in London, while the Soviets had already occupied Poland and established a Soviet-friendly provisional government. Stalin offered to have the rival Polish groups meet in Moscow, and he agreed to a statement pledging support for free elections in all liberated countries. FDR knew that Soviet control of Poland was already a military fact, and there was little he could do about it. He felt it was much more important to secure Soviet help against Japan and agreement on the UN.
That's it. Upon returning from Yalta, FDR is going to address a joint session of Congress, but for the first time, he remains seated in his wheelchair, and also for the first time, he explicitly references his disability, saying, quote, "I hope you will pardon me for this unusual posture of sitting down during the presentation, but I know that you will realize that it makes it a lot easier for me not to have to carry about 10 pounds of steel around on the bottom of my legs." The remark received an extended ovation. FDR spoke for an hour, rambling at times, but presenting a forceful message, saying, quote, "This time we are not making the mistake of waiting until the end of the war to set up the machinery of peace. This time, as we fight together to win the war finally, we work together to keep it from happening again." It would be FDR's last major public appearance. Dr. Bruin observed that his appetite was poor and he had lost more weight. In late March, he and Eleanor went to Hyde Park to relax, and Eleanor noticed that FDR unprecedentedly let her drive the car and mix the drinks, two activities he had always relished. FDR returned to Washington, where he met with James Burns and General Lucius Clay. After the meeting, Clay said to Burns, quote, "We've been talking to a dying man."
Wow. In early April, FDR went to Warm Springs, Georgia. His personal secretary recorded in a diary entry, quote, "He is slipping away from us and no earthly power can keep him here." Nevertheless, Warm Springs buoyed FDR's spirits. He worked on a Jefferson Day address in which he planned to say, quote, "The only limit to our realization of tomorrow will be our doubts of today." He also spent time with Lucy Mercer Rutherford. On April 12th, Lucy brought a painter to FDR's house to paint his portrait. While sitting for the painting, FDR suddenly grabbed the back of his head and said, "I have a terrific pain in the back of my head." Those would be his last words. He slumped forward and lost consciousness, having suffered a cerebral hemorrhage. Dr. Bruin pronounced him dead at 3:35 p.m. He was 63 years old. A big state funeral was deemed inappropriate due to the ongoing war, so a small service was held in the East Room of the White House. His body was then transported by train to Hyde Park, where he was buried in the Rose Garden at his estate.
And we'll see what FDR gets up to after his death when we return after these messages.
The Dead Presidents Podcast is brought to you in part by FormFit, which has an important question for our female listeners. Are you flat-chested? If so, then you are not making the most of your feminine charms. What you need is a Thrill Brassiere by FormFit. This marvelous new patented brassiere lifts, rounds, and restores to normalcy the underdeveloped bust. It is endorsed by physicians for its healthful support. You will no longer envy feminine curves in others because the Thrill Brassiere will give you natural curves despite your deficient bust development. Ladies, these days you no longer have to accept the sad fate of being consigned to flat-chested oblivion. Modern scientific advances in brassiere technology, pioneered by FormFit, are designed to make your breasts pop, and will make men who knew the old you turn their heads and say, "Who's that busty dame I've never seen before?" Maximize your feminine charms by maximizing your bust with the Thrill Brassiere. That's a message from our sponsor, FormFit.
We're also proud to be sponsored by Vinyl Iron Tonic, which has another important message for our female listeners. Girls, men don't want flat-chested sweeties. Fill out your bust and give your body the pretty curves that men admire. Just take Vinyl Iron Tonic for a few weeks and you'll be surprised. Vinyl tastes delicious and is available at your local pharmacy. Ladies, you've heard about certain brassieres that claim to remedy your flat-chestedness, but those contraptions simply make your bust look bigger while you're wearing them. False advertising, pure and simple. When you take off that bra, your gentleman friend's face will sink when he learns the sad truth and sees your pathetic breasts in all their lack of glory. Vinyl Iron Tonic is no cheap optical illusion, but will actually augment the physical size of your breasts. What God failed to give you can be obtained by taking Vinyl Iron Tonic. Start yourself on a course of Vinyl Iron Tonic today, and you can finally resign your seat on the Itty Bitty Titty Committee. That's a message from our sponsor, Vinyl Iron Tonic.
Now a message from our sponsor, Carl Peters. Are you flat-chested? You too can have a beautiful bust. Carl Peters, international authority, will show you nature's way to easily acquire the kind of form you've always envied. No confining garments, creams, or harmful medicines. A way that has helped millions. A method that is guaranteed to satisfy you or your money back within 5 days. Simply send $1 to Carl Peters, 113 West 57th Street, New York City. Ladies, when it comes to addressing your flat-chested dilemma, you have options. You could try the Thrill Brassiere, you could take Vinyl Iron Tonic supplements, or you could find out what's behind door number 3.
Carl Peters is behind door number 3. He's waiting back here.
Carl Peters is rather cagey about what his natural bust remedy consists of, but the mysterious prospect is so intriguing that it might be worth paying $1 just to learn his secret. According to the ad he paid us to read, Carl Peters is an international authority, not just some random weirdo trying to trick you into coming to a dingy West 57th Street apartment and letting him massage your breasts with both hands on the pretense that it's going to make them magically bigger. That is almost definitely not what this is. Carl Peters has gone out on a limb here and personally guaranteed that he will satisfy you. And if you can't trust Carl Peters, a self-described international authority, who can you trust? That's a message from our sponsor, Carl Peters.
And now, back to the show. We're back, ready to sum up the life of FDR. And what a life. But what was he like as a person? What sort of man was he?
FDR was ebullient, charming, persuasive, gregarious, and genuinely interested in people and their problems. To some he seemed snooty as a young man, his habit of carrying his head back and literally looking down his nose at others through pince-nez reinforced this early image, according to the Complete Book of U.S. Presidents. According to his wife, being stricken with polio made him more sensitive to the feelings of other people. He was not the least bit sensitive about his handicap, however, while onlookers typically shifted about in discomfort as he was lifted in and out of automobiles or struggled with his ungainly braces, he invariably eased the tension with a joke or simply carried on a conversation as if nothing unusual were going on. He worked well under pressure during 12 years as president. Biographer James McGregor Burns commenting, quote, "His composure under stress was remarkable. The main reason for Roosevelt's composure was his serene and absolute assurance as to the value and importance of what he was doing. A common complaint about him, even among his admirers, was his devious nature. Interior Secretary Harold Ickes complained that he never spoke with complete frankness even to his most loyal supporters."
Well, what did he like to do for fun? Well, besides swimming in warm springs, which he found especially soothing, he was an avid bird watcher. He also maintained an extensive stamp collection, which by the 1930s had grown to 40 albums of 25,000 stamps. As president, he received the first sheet of each new commemorative issue and had a State Department officer regularly send him unusual foreign stamps, so he cheated. Occasionally he made suggestions for the design of new commemoratives. He also enjoyed sailing, fishing, and watching motion pictures in the White House with friends. He liked to play cards, especially small stakes poker. He was a moderate drinker, preferring a dry martini at the end of each day, but occasionally he concocted what he called, quote-unquote, my Haitian libation, a cocktail of rum, brown sugar, and orange juice. He was also a little over a pack a day as a smoker.
Probably didn't help him with that congestive heart failure.
That's it. Now, Franklin Roosevelt's home at Hyde Park, you can go and visit. We haven't been, so we can't really comment on that. Although I'm sure it's fine.
Yep. That's on our list to visit, along with Theodore Roosevelt's estate, if we can ever get out to New York.
That's it. Oyster Bay and Hyde Park, you could double dip the Roosevelts in a voyage, if that's your prerogative. Well,
Indeed.
that'll bring us to some book recommendations. I'd say, first and foremost, Gene Edward Smith's FDR. That's the one I have gone through.
Yeah, that's a pretty great single-volume biography. I read that one along with H.W. Brand's Traitor to His Class.
That's right.
Those two can't go wrong with either of them, I think.
There's also been a couple films made about FDR. One that I remember watching had Kenneth Branagh as Roosevelt, and it focused on him getting polio. I believe it starts right when he's finding out that he's got a problem, and it's all about his time in Warm Springs, and I believe it ends with his convention address to nominate Al Smith. And I think at the end, an aide tells Al Smith, "Oh, that FDR might have a future ahead of him." And Al Smith says something like, "Nobody will remember him." I could be wrong, but I seem to remember that being a part of it. Another great FDR film is the film FDR American Badass, in which, well, I don't even want to spoil it. Just watch it and don't even read the description. But it's about World War II and how FDR combats our enemies. And, of course, a great quote from the film is when Roosevelt discovers he has polio and won't be able to walk again. He says, with confidence, "Why is everybody so glum? Cock still works."
That's right. A lot of these historical films they're loosely based on the facts. American Badass, strictly historically accurate in every detail.
Yeah, that's it. So, yeah, we would recommend that one. Let's see, what else? Oh, Hyde Park on Hudson with Bill Murray as FDR.
Yep.
Is another one that talks about when the King and Queen of England come over and visit Hyde Park, and, of course, infamously serving them hot dogs. So, a couple different things to check out FDR-wise.
Yeah, there's just a ton of books on FDR.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of the most written about.
An overwhelming number of books on World War II.
Right.
So.
Yeah, a lot of stuff to look into. But I reckon that'll bring us to some final quotes, a summation, if you will, on FDR from his contemporaries. Starting with Josephus Daniels, who in 1947 said, quote, "It was his genius that he could speak clearly in warm-hearted leadership for us in an American period of difficulty never equaled in the history of our nation."
Well, then we got Herbert Hoover, not as much of a fan, who said in 1952, quote, "Every collectivist revolution rides in on a Trojan horse of emergency. It was a tactic of Lenin, Hitler, and Mussolini. The invasion of New Deal collectivism was introduced by this same Trojan horse."
Ouch. Then you have Representative Lyndon B. Johnson saying in 1945, quote, "He was the one person I ever knew anywhere who was never afraid."
Then we've got Dr. Carl Jung, the renowned psychologist, who said in 1937, quote, "I have just come from America where I saw Roosevelt. Make no mistake, he is a force, a man of superior and impenetrable mind, but perfectly ruthless, a highly versatile mind which you cannot foresee. He has the most amazing power complex, the Mussolini substance, the stuff of a dictator, absolutely."
Wow. Then we have Henry Stimson from his diary entries, where he writes, quote, "He wants to do it all himself," and he goes on to describe FDR as, quote, "the poorest administrator I have ever worked under, and soft-hearted towards incompetent appointees." A little harsh judgment from Henry Stimson.
Well, then we've got General Dwight Eisenhower, who said in 1948, quote, "With some of Mr. Roosevelt's political acts I could never possibly agree, but I knew him solely in his capacity as leader of a nation at war, and in that capacity he seemed to me to fulfill all that could possibly be expected of him."
There you have it. And then in 1945, well, they weren't quite failing yet, but the New York Times said, quote, "Men will thank God on their knees 100 years from now that Franklin D. Roosevelt was in the White House."
And finally, we have Winston Churchill, who would say, as FDR was boarding a plane to leave the Casablanca conference in 1943, Churchill, he didn't want to watch the plane take off. He turned away and he said, quote, "If anything happened to that man, I couldn't stand it. He is the truest friend. He has the farthest vision. He is the greatest man I've ever known."
What a way to sum up Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And on that note, what a way to end the show.
Indeed.
But we can't exactly end the show on that note. We have to go to a musical note. We got to visit our house band, the Warshats. Fuck. That's not what they're called. We have to visit our house band, the Constitutionalists, for their take on Franklin Delano Roosevelt. For the Dead Presidents Podcast, I'm Stephen Lincoln Douglas.
And I'm James Shea Hamilton.
Thanks for listening, and we'll catch you next time.
This is a day of national consecration. And I am certain that on this day, my fellow Americans expect that on my induction into the presidency, I will address them with a candor and a decision which the present situation of our people entails. This is preeminently the time to speak the truth, the whole truth, frankly and boldly. Nor need we shrink from honestly facing conditions in our country today. This great nation will endure as it has endured, will revive and will prosper. So first of all, let me assert my firm belief that the only thing we have to fear is fear itself, nameless, unreasoning, unjustified terror, which paralyzes needed effort to convert retreat into advance. In every dark hour of our national life, a leadership of frankness and of vigor has met with that understanding and support of the people themselves, which is essential to victory.